mettre un shoot, comme l'a dit Lloyd Pierce, et du coup, il va avoir l'occasion de remettre. Et regardez ce visage connu aussi. Rajon Rondo est là, l'ancien meneur des Celtics, titré avec Boston. Il est là pour offrir son analyse du jeu, lui qui était un scientifique du jeu, hein, passeur incroyable, le vétéran de la NBA, et il peut offrir son analyse à tous ces jeunes. Et puis Lloyd Pierce aussi a parlé énormément d'énergie, de niveau d'énergie. Et puis vous l'avez entendu, il a demandé aux joueurs du banc d'avoir plus d'énergie pour que les joueurs sur le terrain puissent l'entendre, puissent se nourrir de cette énergie. Il a trouvé que ces joueurs étaient un petit peu trop discrets, un petit peu trop en dedans, à l'inverse de l'entraînement de ce matin, a-t-il dit. Eh bien, on va voir si l'équipe d'EuroCamp 1 va avoir plus d'énergie et si le banc va transmettre cette énergie. En attendant, c'est Edgecombe qui vient de passer son ballon à Diallo pour coach, qui trouve à l'intérieur Peyton Marshall, qui ressort pour Edgecombe. Bien défendu, Vijay Edgecombe, on le sait désormais, c'est lui la menace. Il a trouvé l'espace et il va aller finir ce double pas avec la planche. On l'a dit, c'est lui la menace. Et pourtant, il finit. Voyons voir le système qui va de nouveau être avec deux écrans. Et cette fois-ci, il est bien défendu. Il y a eu un switch tout de même. La pénétration.
So a minute and a half gone in the second quarter. EuroCamp 1 in their opening game of EuroCamp 2023. EuroCamp 2 played 2 games yesterday. USA Select opening their account with a really impressive victory over the Next Gen side. 90 points to 86 is how they prevailed, and they closed out the game with a 9-1 run as Quinn Ellis, beneath the free throw line, puts it back to the high post, and the J smoothly knocked down by Edge Demir, the 6'9", 2'10" center based in Turkey. Brings his team back to within a single score. Down in the low post, rejected by Demir. Terrific matchup between those two elite bigs. AJ Demir going one-on-one with Peyton Marshall. Peyton Marshall with a jam in the first quarter to put his team up by 6 at 18-11. Excuse me, by 7 at 18-11. Here we have a one-score game. Peyton Marshall with the reception, turned and again disrupted by the presence of Edgy Demir down in the low post as Quinn Ellis to the free throw line, kicks back to the perimeter. Quinn Ellis from the United Kingdom rotates it to the right, and the three-pointer sweetly stroked by Daniel Ferreira Onwenu. The Brazilian who plays with Corinthians, born in 2002, puts his team up by 1 by knocking down that three-pointer. Mid-range J off the mark, towering rebound, hauled in by Onwenu. Riding him like a pony down court was Chris Onwuli. Onwuli will be called for the foul. So this, the first lead for EuroCamp 1 since they were up 5-6. They led at one point by 4 at 2-6, but then a run of 14 points without reply posted by USA Select. Tang hitting his first field goal, drilling a three-pointer to put his team up by 5 at 11-6. Inside, and swatted once again, getting off the floor incredibly quickly with fantastic explosiveness is Edgy Demir, rubbing out that low post attempt of Peyton Marshall, sending it over the baseline. And again, that is a battle between two elite bigs. Edgy Demir, born in 2004. Last year he committed to the UCLA Bruins but wasn't able to attend, so returned to get valuable experience in the Turkish top tier with Tofaş Bursa. And he produced 2 outstanding performances against EuroLeague champions Anadolu Efes Istanbul and Fenerbahçe Beko Istanbul. Of course, they're not the current champions, but that is an idea of this man's talent. Here he is, moving his feet effectively. Disrupted shot on the inside. Staying with it is Boateng. Boateng kicks to the perimeter. 3-pointer off the front iron by Travis Perry. And the shooter's roll not found for USA Select. So handling is Justus Hollet. German point guard stands 2 meters tall beneath the basket. Back out again. 3-pointer fired, but it's long. Strong rebound reeled in by Keng Kerteng near the baseline. So VJ Edgecombe handling. He had an outstanding performance. And that's a terrific take to the rack. But again, the mere presence of Edgy Demir, who wasn't able to get off the floor on that occasion, but he would have been in the peripheral vision of the shooter. Beautiful backdoor feed, and rising high to finish with a 2-fisted flush is Tom Digbo. And if that surname is familiar, that's because he's the son of the former EuroLeague French forward Alain Digbo, who played for the likes of Barcelona and Real Madrid. Mid-range J knocked down by Kerteng. And this one proving to be incredibly competitive with just under 6 minutes remaining in the first half. Let's see if we can listen in to Lloyd Pierce, the head coach of EuroCamp 2 during this timeout.
I want you to set this screen. If you can score, score. Everybody flip side. Flip side. Over here.
Well, apologies if you're experiencing some picture breakup on the feed. Everybody involved working as diligently as possible in a bid to correct the technical gremlins that are bedeviling the broadcast at the moment. But just under 6 minutes remaining in the first half. It's a 1-score game. That bucket from USA Select just before the timeout, breaking a run of 9 straight points. That saw EuroCamp 1 go up by 3 at 22-25. Corner 3-pointer. He's drilled once again. Terrific stroke on that corner tray from Asaman Moulad. French point guard, born in 2003. VJ Edgecombe off the mark, rebound hauled in by Motius Krives. And that's asking an awful lot of Tom Digbo. Made the best 5 at his last EuroLeague Next Gen tournament in 2019, where he starred for Barcelona, scoring just under 15 points and hauling in 5.8 rebounds per game as that tough low post finish drilled by Cooper Koch, the man who is committed to the Iowa Hawkeyes. 2-point game once again. Catching on the cut is Motius Krives. Fouled en route to the rack. Cooper Koch committing the foul. And if it's deemed to be in the act of shooting, it will be a trip to the free throw line for Motius Krives. Born in 2004. Made 13 league appearances for Žalgiris Kaunas' first team this season. Averaging 6.3 points, 3.2 boards, on perfect shooting from the line and 68% shooting from the field. Also made 2 brief appearances in the Euro League. And at last year's under-18, playing among his own age group, he was a dominant figure. 13.4 rebounds, 5 at the offensive end, along with 13.6 points as the three-pointer drilled by Kerr Teng. And what a terrific bounce back from Kerr Teng, because he battled terrifically yesterday to get 4 points and 8 rebounds, but was 0 for from the field. He's drilled 2 three-pointers in this game, but the three-pointer answered immediately from the corner by Tom Digbo. So Moulad driving, getting creative, and the left-handed scoop is good from Assaman Moulad. His team up by a double score margin, 6 points the advantage. And this represents the largest lead of the game for EuroCamp 1, who led by 4, putting 4 points on the board before USA Select opened their offensive account in the first quarter.
Transition, you guys just get back. As soon as the basket goes in, everybody just sprint back. And we can figure out who we got.
Take another look at the foul committed by Assaman Moulad, sending Kwasiano Boateng to the free throw line. In the first game against Next Gen 1, 12 points, 2 assists and 3 rebounds in 23 minutes on the floor. 2 of 4 from both three-point territory and downtown. Excuse me, 2-point territory and from downtown as well, and perfect from the free throw line. 1 of 2 from the stripe on this occasion. His team trailing by a 2-score margin. Oh, nice catch. Well, I thought it was a catch, but the reception not completed by Motius Krivas. So it's VJ Edgecombe, pushes it to the wing. Kerr Teng, corner 3, short on the shot, ball still loose, picking up the pieces is Assaman Moulad. He rotates it to Tom Digbo. Digbo defended by Boateng. Shakes him off with the dribble, but an illegal pick set by Motius Krivas. That was crucial in Digbo getting free. Active with his hands and indeed his feet is Kwasiano Boateng. Checking into the game is Nikos Rokavopoulos, the 6'8", 203-centimeter guard forward from Merkez Efendi in the Turkish Super League. Three-pointer on the pull-up is nothing but net. Beautiful stroke from Kwasiano Boateng. Brings his team back to within a single score. 2 points to deficit. So the ball poked out of bounds away from the possession of Jordi Jovanovic. Montenegrin, who claimed a bronze medal with his under-18 squad at last year's under-20 European Championships. Rokavopoulos dribbles away from the sideline, rotates it. Digbo, standstill 3, short by some distance. Air ball picked up by Kwasiano Boateng. Three-pointer off the dribble is strung sweetly. Terrific stroke by Zoom Diallo, and he gives his team a 1-point lead, and the 3-ball featuring prominently in this fight back. Back-to-back trifectas for USA Select. Sees them go up by 1. Digbo. Step back 3 is bottom. Tough bucket by Nikos Rokavopoulos. And the 3-pointers being stroked magnificently. That one off the front iron on the corner tray attempt from Akai Fleming. VJ Edgecombe picks up the pieces and then barged to the court by the much bigger figure of Motius Krivas. See that plaster beneath the left eye of Valdez Edgecombe Jr. That was actually inflicted by a teammate in his post-game interview yesterday, because he was a terrific performer. 29 points, 4 rebounds and 5 assists in 31 minutes, and many of those buckets coming in crunch time. Some big plays down the stretch. Perfect 7 of 7 from the free throw line. Well, that injury beneath his left eye picked up after a collision with a teammate yesterday. There he's sent to the floor by Motius Krivas. So Zoom Diallo to the free throw line. Hanging in the air, double clutch, rebound, wrapped up on the defensive boards by Sanandra Fru. Inside the lane, hanging in the air. Daniel Ferreira on Wenu. 4 points the advantage for EuroCamp 1. So Boateng backing down on Wenu. Kicks it out to the perimeter. Edgecombe for three. Down and then back out again. Zoom Diallo beneath the free throw line. And he strings it. Bring the run of 5 straight points posted by EuroCamp 1 to an end and making it a one-possession affair. So this portion of the second quarter being characterized by runs. EuroCamp 1 went on a 5-0 run to go up by 6. That was countered by a 7-0 run by USA Select to put them up by 1. Then another 5-0 run puts the EuroCamp up by 4. And that bucket ends it. So Lloyd Pierce and Ray John Rondo. What a wonderful experience for these talented youngsters to be receiving instruction from these two. Lloyd Pierce, current assistant coach with the Indiana Pacers, head coach for 3 years with the Atlanta Hawks between 2018 and 2021. Let's listen in.
We're going to switch. They got the shooter out there. We're going to switch. When you guys switch, don't try and deny. Just Swift to sit down and guard. Right? Make them play around the perimeter. We can run horse twist with a small lineup. We just got to be deliberate. Look to attack. If nothing's there, second guy, come through. All right, here we go. Everybody down there has to rebound. Don't leak out. Defense. 1, 2, 3. Defense.
So Ray John Rondo sporting the twists. Two-time NBA champion, first of all as a starting point guard with the 2010 Boston Celtics. Hailed, of course, for their big three. As we see Josh Smith in the background, almost didn't recognize him without his headband. Looks as though he can still get up and do some damage up and above the rim. But this is the caliber of coaching that these talented young players are receiving here at EuroCamp. Back after a 6-year hiatus. Oh, beautiful fake three, and then the dump down low to Fru in the low post. He's fouled on the over-the-back reach by Zoom Diallo. So it's a one-score game, minute 35 remaining in the first half. We've had multiple lead changes in what is an incredibly competitive affair. EuroCamp 2 went 2-0 yesterday, so they will be in tomorrow's final. They won't compete today. EuroCamp 1 will play 2 games on this second day of action at EuroCamp 2. Crafty pass makes its way to Quinn Ellis, and Quinn Ellis driving on Zoom Diallo will draw the foul. So USA selecting a penalty, trip to the free throw line forthcoming for Quinn Ellis. Taking a seat on the bench, Zoom Diallo, and checking into the game, Travis Perry. Well, I thought it was a trip to the free throw line. Sideline possession for EuroCamp 2. So Fru offloads to Onwenu. A nice cut down the lane from Fru. That basket will not count. Nice movement off the basketball being demonstrated by these players. And remember, they won't have had much time together. But their IQ and feel for the game is such that they're finding out one another's tendencies very quickly indeed. Knocking down his first free throw is Sanandra Fru. German power forward and center, born in 2003. 2 meters and 8 centimeters, around 6 feet 8 inches tall. 1 of 2 from the stripe. So Akai Fleming inbounding from the sidelines. Travis Perry really working hard to make himself available under duress from Quinn Ellis. Take to the rack was disrupted by Fru. Coming up empty. USA Select on that take to the rack. Pull up three-pointer, fouled in the act of shooting, and Daniel Ferreira Onwenu will go to the free throw line. Kwasiano Boateng making contact with the three-point shooter. So 3 foul shots to come for the Brazilian shooting guard. Just above 6 feet 6 inches tall, listed at 2 meters. Man who spent this season with Corinthians in Brazil, where he averaged 5.4 points, 1 assist and 1.9 rebounds in 14 minutes per game. 54% from two-point territory. So checking back in is Peyton Marshall for USA Select. So 3 foul shots out of 3 for Daniel Ferreira Onwenu. Puts his team up by 6 once again, equaling their largest lead of this game. They were at 29-35 earlier in this quarter. So pull-up 3 off the dribble is off the right side. Rebound produces a rip and run opportunity, keeping it himself. Euro step down the lane, count the bucket. And an opportunity for 6 straight points for Daniel Ferreira Onwenu. Terrific take to the rack. Euro step finishing through the contact, and will now go to the free throw line looking to add 1 more. How about that for a shooter's roll? Daniel Ferreira Onwenu completes the 3-point play, back-to-back 3-point plays for the Brazilian shooting guard. Gives his team a 9-point lead with 30 seconds remaining in the first half. 6 straight points for Onwenu. There's Edgecombe into the lane, getting creative and finishing with the double clutch. His team down by 7, and that breaks the run of 7 straight points posted by EuroCamp 1. As Onwenu, the man with the hot hand, keeping the dribble himself. He's defended by Akai Fleming. Knifes down the lane once again, runs into the roadblock that is Peyton Marshall. Ball still loose, bobbling around. Edgecombe checks the clock, pulls up at quarter court. Drew iron, but couldn't find a range. A heads-up play to complete the first half. What a first half, my goodness. Back and forth with several lead changes. USA Select taking a 10-point lead in the first quarter, where they ran off 14 points without reply to go up 16-6, but EuroCamp 1 battling back to go into the halftime interval with a 7-point advantage. USA Select 40, EuroCamp 1 47. Some of the highlights from the first half. Tom Digbo finishing above the rim after the nice dish. You see him getting creative, taking it to the rack, but how about that for a follow and finish by Ege Demir, who was a really disruptive presence at the defensive end and a rim-rocking finisher at the offensive end. Mid-range J stroked sweetly by Zoom Diallo. Kurteng, after going 0 for from the field in yesterday's opener, where he knocked down, where he grabbed 8 rebounds, hooking up Boateng. Nice pump fake and finish from Peyton Marshall on the inside. Quinn Ellis with the steal and lay. It was his mid-range jumper that broke the run of 10 straight points. Excuse me, the 14 straight points posted by USA Select. Jam rimming out on the attempt by Ege Demir. But there was a period in this second quarter where 3-pointers were falling in a flurry. Nice spin move and finish by Cooper Koch. And how about that for a take to the rack by Asaman Moulad. Outstanding finish with the left from VJ Edgecombe. And that is how we've arrived at this 7-point halftime advantage for EuroCamp 1. They've led by as many as 9 after a run of 7 straight points, 6 of which came from Daniel Ferreira Onwenu, making all 3 of his free throws after being fouled on a 3-point attempt. And in that fantastic Euro step down the lane after a rip and run rebound, fouled in the act of shooting, and he duly completed the 3-point play. That put EuroCamp 1 up by 38-47. Field goal answer ended that run of 7 straight points to give us the 7-point gap that we have after 20 minutes in the book. So there, a look at the halftime stats. Both teams with solid shooting from 3-point territory. USA Select will be looking to improve their free throw percentage. And EuroCamp 1 will be looking to reduce the number of turnovers, twice as many as USA Select. 6 rejections on the inside. Egi Demir has got a bundle of those, protecting the paint magnificently to slap shots to teammates and indeed out of bounds. Perhaps heard the coaches say at the conclusion of their instructions. A couple of minutes were remaining at that point, so if the players wanted to get a slug of water and an electrolyte drink, well, now was the time to do it. Second half action. Edging ever closer. This EuroCamp 1's opening game, so again, they'll be getting familiar with their teammates and their tendencies. They've got another game scheduled for this day 2 of EuroCamp 2, where they will face off against the next Gen side, tipping off at 6:30 p.m. local time. But again, when you're at this age, remember, some of these players from the American continent are in the class of 2026. So just finishing, or still underclassmen in high school. The EuroCamp players from EuroCamp 1 and 2 and Next Gen tend to be a little bit older. But the point I was getting to is that when you're this age, you play for the love above everything else. Be it in a gym, you play until you get kicked out. When you're in a playground, play until you get called in by your parents or guardians, or when the sun goes down, whichever happens first. But that's the type of love that these players are exhibiting here. And again, Valdez Edgecombe Jr., after his outstanding 29.4 rebound, 5 assist display in 31 minutes yesterday against Next Gen, said and he loves his teammates, and that bond, that connection, after just a couple of practices, but everybody fighting for the same cause. And that is a bid not just to showcase their skills to the elite clubs in the NBA and Euro Cup and Euro League. Remember, over the previous 15 editions of EuroCamp, more than 150 current NBA and EuroLeague players have appeared in this 3-day festival of basketball. Notable alumni including Goran Dragic of the Bulls, Lou Dort of OKC, Dalino Gallinari of Boston, Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Atlanta Hawks, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, and many, many more. That's the type of aspiration these players possess as Quinn Ellis rotates the basketball. Mr. Man Ndiaye into the hands of Hanslick. On the drive is Quinn Ellis, kick to the corner, three-pointer is long, towering rebound hauled in by Edgecombe. He's fouled after the rip and run down the left side. So Rajon Rondo with some instruction for Quinn Ellis. He's coming off a breakout season in the Italian second division with Casale Monferrato. Quinn Ellis, and also was outstanding in World Cup qualifying the European zone in February, where he put up 22 points against the powerhouse nation of Serbia. Youngest ever GB player to score 20+ points in a senior international. Oh, beautiful offload, and rocking the rim off a two-fisted flush is Kwasiano Boateng. But the hookup from the high post from VJ Edgecombe Jr. was exquisite. First score of the second half brings USA Select back to within 5. So Quinn Ellis working the handle, making himself available on an angle. Careless pass on the drive and kick from Ousmane Ndiaye. So Boateng, defended by Quinn Ellis. Kurteng rotates it. Zoom Diallo. Edge of the lane, nice catch and keeping his balance brilliantly is Kurteng, driving underhanded scoop. And how about that for touch and feel? Creative take to the rack by Valdez Edgecombe Jr., the 6'5" wing, showing his versatility once again. It's a one-score game. VJ Edgecombe picking up the pieces, 2-on-2 opportunity, now a 3-on-2, keeps it himself, coast to coast. And USA Select coming out strong, rattling off 6 points without reply, back-to-back buckets for VJ Edgecombe. As Frew doing outstanding in the low post to get that high percentage shot, but blew it at the rim. As USA Select take the lead, a run of 8 points without reply. Zoom Diallo with the finish. So a storming start to the second half, posted by USA Select, prompting EuroCamp 1 to call a timeout, look to talk things over, and perhaps break the run of momentum posted by the designated home team wearing white.
Right now, we did nothing about it. We got to play harder than them. Everybody. All right, we can't turn that over. He's rolling, you got to ball fake, throw it in. Everybody turn it up. Turn it up. All right, no dribble. You got a shot, get it. One dribble, swing it. Too much behind, dribble behind, 2 turnovers on it. All right, simple basketball. Simple basketball. That's what we're going to run next time. Right here, 22, you're in it. We're going to go 19 in the corner. What am I missing? 21. You got it right here. You guys are coming up. Coming up. We're going right off the his side. You're coming right back. You go right into the paint. You throw it in. And I want you to punish them at the paint. Here we go. Defense. 1, 2, 3. Defense. Let's go.
So terrific instruction and insight as we listened into that timeout being conducted by Lloyd Pierce. And again, when you're dealing with players of this talent, they're still developing as people and athletes, of course. But Lloyd Pierce telling them in no uncertain terms, listen, we've got to play harder than them. And irrespective of how you're feeling after a long journey, getting off a plane, effort is something that can always be given. Let's see if the timeout changes the fortunes of EuroCamp 1. Terrific offensive rebound on the inside by Frew. Kept it himself off the mark with his attempted follow off the front rim. But battling to give his team that extra possession on the offensive glass. Kurteng, mid-range from the edge of the lane, is off the mark. How about that for a feed? And finishing with a flush over the top of the trailing Valdez Edgecombe Jr. was the high-flying Frew that breaks the run of 8 points without reply posted by USA Select. EuroCamp 1 take a 1-point advantage. Reverse pivot to spot up for 3 from Jordi Jovanovic. Off the mark, but it will remain EuroCamp 1 possession from the end line. So approaching 3 minutes gone in this second half. Catching off the inbound and calmly canning the 3-pointer is Andre Hanslick, the 2-meter or 6'6" small forward and shooting guard from the Czech Republic, demonstrating his range and that quick release which he is known for. Off left with the long ball. As Quinn Ellis checking his options down the sideline, offloads. The opposite wing results in the same outcome. Terrific stroke. This time Jordi Jovanovic with the trifecta. 7 points the advantage now after back-to-back threes. Line drive, short corner Jays off the back iron from Akai Fleming. Catching in transition. Hard foul committed. Employing the no layup rule is Kwasiano Boateng. And it will be a trip to the free throw line for EuroCamp 1. Well, it was interesting. During USA Select's 14-0 run in the first quarter, it's going to the free throw line. It's Ousmane Ndiaye. Ndiaye, Senegalese forward who grew up in Germany, moved to Baskonia's second team this season, where he averaged 9.2 points and 7.5 rebounds in Spain's third division. last year's under-18 Afro basket. He was a dominant player along with another camp attendee, Mohamed Fai. And I averaging 15.5 points, 10.7 rebounds for a double-double, along with 1.7 steals. Tough offensive rebound, Cooper Koch, and how about that for a high IQ finish, stepping through the gap and finishing with the reverse. It's a 2-score game, USA Select trailing by 6. Molar rotates it to handle it, back in the hands of Molar. He's defended by Boateng. And the ball bobbling off the lower body of Jordi Jovanovic. So it's Akai Fleming who receives the inbound pass from Travis Perry. 5 points, 1 assist, and 2 rebounds in yesterday's opener against Next Gen for Akai Fleming. Miscommunication. You see it acknowledged immediately between Travis Perry and Valdez Edgecombe Jr. Turnovers are going to happen, of course, but it's those type of turnovers that coaching staffs want their players to cut out. That one of their own making, not really under pressure, just a case of miscommunication. So an illegal pick. We'll see EuroCamp 1 have possession from, we'll see USA Select have possession from the sidelines. So Boateng with the hesitation dribble, blows by his man, kicks it out to the perimeter. Cooper Koch for 3 off the front eye, and strong rebound, Jordi Jovanovic. Keeps it himself to push down the sideline. No offensive foul on the push-off. I think that is what Adam Ross was inquiring about. My goodness, blocking foul and the bucket. Well, I thought it was a blocking foul. Has it been called an offensive foul? Edgar Demir, I can't believe it. Let's take a look, because he certainly cleared house. But the call came there, if anything, surely it was for the extended arm. So I can understand Edgar Demir's frustration, but terrific work giving up his body when engaging in a catch-weight contest down in the low post against the much bigger Edgar Demir. But those are the type of plays, in addition to the tangible talents of putting the ball in the basket, that coaching staffs and scouts love to see. Not backing down from the challenge when outmatched physically down in the low post as Edgecombe Jr. take to the rack, fighting for his own offensive rebound, but ripped away from his grasp by Edgar Demir. Ndai rotates the basketball. Tough D on the ball by Kwasiano Boateng. Edgecombe reaching in, almost bagged the steal. Edgar Demir picking up the pieces. Deep into the shot clock now for EuroCamp 1. Jovanovic working the dribble, gets to the edge of the lane. Shot clock violation, terrific half-court D of the disruptive variety, posted by USA Select, forcing a rare 24-second shot clock violation here at EuroCamp 2. So Akai Fleming from Marietta, Georgia, plays his AU basketball with the Atlanta Celtics, handling. That's a traveling violation off the pump fake from Kwasiano Boateng. Turnover number 5 for USA Select. But again, good recognition. Edgar Demir dragged out to the perimeter. Possesses quick feet, but that is a mismatch that favors Boateng on the outside. Demir setting screens. Rotated on the drive, but he's lost the basketball. As Asamian Moulard actually deflected on a reach-in by Travis Perry, the 2021-22 Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Kentucky, showing his prowess at the defensive end. Kurteng, high-arcing left-handed floater, gets his own offensive rebound, kicks it back to the perimeter. Travis Perry fakes the 3, gets to the elbow. Nothing but net for Travis Perry, who averaged 32.2 points a game in high school this season. Class of 2024, plays his AAU basketball with Indiana Elite. and brings his team back to within 4. Three-pointer off the spot up. Was a good look at the bucket, fighting on the inside for the offensive rebound, having his shot rubbed out by Boateng. Is Rokavopoulos, gets it back to the perimeter, back iron on the 3. Magnificent offensive board by Egi Demir. Frenetic action at the offensive end for EuroCamp 1, and it results in a foul on the ground after Egi Demir picked up the pieces. But again, the guards doing what they can to try and disrupt what would otherwise be a high percentage shot attempt, probably a dunk for Egi Demir, the 6'9" power forward from Turkey. So Demir receives the inbound pass, now back in the hands of Onwenu. Demir setting a screen, results in a wide open 3 off left. How about that for an offensive rebound? Magnificent touch from Egi Demir. Rising up high, not flushing it home, but just guiding it gently. Three-pointer attempt was a good look at the basket. And how about that for a creative take to the rack, but unable to find the finish is Justus Hollatz. Down the lane, Akai Fleming off the mark. Rebound, Egi Demir. Rokavopoulos drives, lots of contact, slapped away by Kurteng. But committing a foul before the rejection. So Rokavopoulos will go to the free throw line. Checking into the game, Motius Krivas. Egi Demir takes a well-earned breather on the sideline. What an active presence he has been, both on the perimeter setting screens and in and around the basket, where he's protected the paint and scored at a high clip as well. So Rokavopoulos to the free throw line. The 21-year-old named the best young player in the Turkish league this season. And at the World Championship qualifiers in 2023, put on an awesome display against Serbia. 28 points, 8 of 12 from the field, including 4 3-pointers. Outstanding display. As Kurteng drives, edge of the lane, no travel. Kept his feet planted. Corner 3 is off the mark. Battling offensive rebound. Peyton Marshall has his shot disrupted, and it will be possession to EuroCamp 1. Oh, how about that for a pick? As clean as you like from Travis Perry. Results in a transition opportunity. Edgecombe can't get it to go, but picking up the pieces on the follow is Peyton Marshall. The 7-foot, 2.13-meter center, listed on the scales at 310 pounds or 140 kilograms. So traveling violation, hands the ball back to the possession of USA Select. And again, they're getting it done at the defensive end. Travis Perry with the steal. Then the offensive rebound. And then forcing a traveling violation. 10 more turnovers committed by EuroCamp 1. As Edgecombe offloads to Perry. Edgecombe not looking to be a triple threat. Instead, he rotates it to Zoom Diallo. Zoom Diallo working the dribble, hesitation into the lane, shot slapped away by Justus Hollatz. Rokavopoulos driving to the rack, fouled en route. So timeout on the floor. It's a 2-score game. Take another look at Josh Smith, one of the assistants for USA Select. Adam Ross, the head coach.
We're gonna ghost a dribble handoff. The way that we do that is even if you gotta back it out and get an angle, we're gonna come here. We're not gonna hand it off. We're gonna look like we are coming around. Ball's coming here. We're gonna start creeping as that dribble handoff is starting. We're gonna set a side pick and roll. Not icing it right now. Okay? Set it, and set it hard. You gotta sprint into it and Screen you hard and you're coming off it, and you're rolling hard on the baseline side. There we go. So this is what he's doing in the middle.
So the players all ears, concentrating on the play being drawn up by head coach Adam Ross. You can guarantee it will be the same type of attention given to the instructions from Lloyd Pierce for the players of EuroCamp 1. So full court pressure being applied with a minute remaining in the third quarter. It's a 4-point advantage for EuroCamp 1. They led by as many as 9 at 38-47 in the second quarter. We've got a whistle on the play. So offloading is Zoom Diallo into the passing lane as Rokavopoulos going up strong but denied at the rim. What a hustle play from VJ Edgecombe Jr. And again, just demonstrating his all-court prowess. Terrific positioning down low, double team applied. Stays with it after getting his shot rubbed out, but in attempting to pass out of the low post, he's turned the basketball over, putting it straight into the hands of EuroCamp 1. But terrific positioning by Peyton Marshall down low. Tried to work close to the bucket, only to see his shot attempt broken up by a pincer movement of EuroCamp 1 defenders. Well, I thought there was a differential of slightly more than that between the shot clock and game clock. But now stands at just 0.5 of a second. EuroCamp 1 working what they hope will be, or they'll be working to create the final possession of the period. Nice offload down low, and how about that for communication of the non-verbal variety. Multi-use Krivas with the finish. And again, talking about holding for the final possession of the period, USA Select with the opportunity to get it back, but they turn the ball straight over. So 3.4 seconds in this end of quarter scenario, an eternity for EuroCamp 1. Time to catch the basketball, make a couple of dribbles. That's what we have off a pump fake. Back iron on the three-point attempt. It was a good look at the basket, but off the mark with the corner three was Zsombor Maronka. So 3 quarters concluded here on the second day of action of EuroCamp, and it's a 2-possession affair. USA Select 54, EuroCamp 1 60. So mention the fact that Rajon Rondo won his first NBA title as a starting point guard of the 2010 Boston Celtics, alongside Big Ticket, Kevin Garnett, The Truth, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. And then, a decade later, in the bubble, playing a crucial role off the bench with the LA Lakers, becoming the first ever player to lift the NBA title with the rival franchises since the Lakers relocated from Minneapolis to LA in 1960.
More aggressive, we got to outwork them the entire time. If we outwork them in the first portion and we go up 14, that's our game. Right? So right now it's going to be their ball coming in, you guys are up, every catch is a touch. Every catch is a touch. Your guy catch the basketball, get up and touch, everybody else show no crowd, no paint. The ball cannot get in here. They drive, we stay, he kicks it, you fly. You fly out. They cut a couple times. Somebody should already be there if he cuts. All right? This guy is helping, he cuts, somebody else should be there. Be ready to go. All right? We're not going to draw up anything because we're going to get a stop and then we're taking off and running. All right? Defense right here. Same groove. Defense. 1, 2, 3. Defense.
So head coach Lloyd Pierce emphasizing defense during the course of that interval between the third and the fourth quarters. Whoever catches the ball, make sure that they feel you, put a touch on them. And again, deflections and those type of effort plays can be so disruptive to the offensive team with the basketball. Lloyd Pierce, not only an outstanding presence on the sidelines as a coach and an assistant coach, he's lived a life. Played college ball at Santa Clara University, and that's where Steve Nash, a man from Victoria, British Columbia in Canada, that's where he played his collegiate career. So Lloyd Pierce passing on all of that knowledge along with Rajon Rondo on the sidelines for EuroCamp 1, part of the formidable brains trusts that form the coaching staff of EuroCamp Elite Invitational Basketball. So the fourth quarter underway. It's a 6-point advantage for EuroCamp 1 in their opening game of this tournament. Baseline drive rubbed out from behind. Terrific help D by Zsombor Maronka. And now it's Rokovopoulos splitting the gap, going up high. Couldn't find the finish, but he will go to the free throw line to shoot two. Cooper Koch with the reach. So Nikos Rokovopoulos to the stripe, shot 87% from the free throw line this season for Mezekendi. Merkez Efendi in the Turkish Super League. Can't find the range on the first. Also posted 15.7 points, holding 6.3 boards, dished just under 2 assists at 1.9, and bagged 1.1 steals per game, shooting 36% from downtown. The first score coming from Rokovopoulos, going 1 of 2 from the stripe. His team up by 7. Edgecombe working the dribble, disrupting, reaching, then hitting the deck. Terrific effort from Onwenu. And then the defense that coach Lloyd Pierce was demanding in evidence on that particular possession, catching and shooting, and it was an air ball from Rokovopoulos. Mentioned his outstanding display against Serbia in the European zone of the FIBA World Cup qualifiers. During the course of that tournament, he averaged 14 points per game, 6 rebounds, and 1.7 assists. The 6'8" guard forward, 2.03 meters in the metric system. He's already attended workouts in Chicago as the three-pointer strung from the perimeter. Sweet stroke from Boateng brings his team back to within 4. Terrific blindside help on the poke away. And then the rebound secured by VJ Edgecombe. Spot up 3 is landed. Back-to-back 3-point buckets for Kwastiano Boateng, brings his team back to within 1. Rejected. Terrific activity by Chris Nwuli. And now, is that basket going to count? I think it is going to count. I wondered for a moment whether it was going to be called basket interference. But a run. A 6-0 run brought to an end with that bucket. Back-to-back threes for Kwastiano Boateng. It's Zoom Diallo handling. Diallo fakes the 3. Back out into 3-point territory. One-on-one with Motius Krivas. VJ Edgecombe gets to the elbow, kicks it to the perimeter. Lots of contact. That's a 24-second shot clock violation. Terrific half-court D produced by EuroCamp 1. And again, Lloyd Pierce was emphasizing effort at the defensive end. Whichever player in the designated home team touches the basketball, make sure they feel you. Give them a touch. And that being epitomized by EuroCamp 1 to begin this fourth quarter. They lead by a single score. Beautiful take to the rack. Finishing off cradling the basketball is Daniel Ferreira Onwenu. 5 points the advantage on a 4-0 run for EuroCamp 1. Take to the rack is off the mark, fighting for it. USA Select, and they have secured themselves an extra possession. Well, there's a mid-air collision between Daniel Ferrer and Wenu. May well have had the wind knocked out of him. Let's hope that he's okay. He looked to pick off that inbound pass. Again, it's all love between these spirited competitors. He and Kwasiano Boateng going for the same inbound pass. Thankfully, everybody appears to be okay. And again, in addition to the competitive aspect, all of these players want to get the most out of themselves. This tournament is being played in a fantastic spirit. Purest form of competition for these talented young ballers. As the three-pointer fired, but off left from Zoom Diallo. Fantastic hustle, doesn't result in an extra possession, but then the turnover does. VJ Edgecombe running down the basketball in his own half. The referee taken out momentarily. He appears to be okay as Kurteng back out towards the half-court logo, probing with the dribble. Boateng. Matchup zone being shown by EuroCamp 1. Deflected pass makes its way to the hands of Kurteng. Another deflection deep into the shot clock now, and too much contact from Zombor Maronka. Will result in a sideline possession and a new 14. And again, you got a feel for Eustace Hollatz there, because he was off to the races, only to run into an orange-clad official, taking away his transition opportunity. So Zoom Diallo handling, he's defended by Zombor Maronka. Beautiful off-lay inside, and the finish from Cooper Koch. Breaks the run of 4 straight points to bring his team back within a single score. Tom Digbo on the drive. And I think that's going to be called in the act of shooting, so a trip to the free throw line forthcoming for Tom Digbo. I'll mention the fact that he made the best 5 at his last EuroLeague Next Gen tournament appearance in 2019, where he starred for Barcelona. Suffered a serious knee injury shortly thereafter, stalling his career, but now fully rehabbed and fighting his way back to his best after suffering that impairment, which just put a stall on his progress. Here he is at the free throw line. Can't find the range on the first. Mention the fact that he's the son of former EuroLeague French forward Alain Digbo. But because of Digbo's appearance for Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Juventud Badalona, he was born and raised in Spain, was Tom, and says that at times he feels more Spanish than French. Slapped out of bounds by a whole gang of black-clad EuroCamp 1 defenders. The baseline drive rubbed out in no uncertain terms. So 3-point attempt short by some distance. Ball was loose momentarily. Quinn Ellis pushing hard. Spot up 3 from the left wing. He's down and back out, but how about that for an athletic follow? Fantastic anticipation from Tom Digbo. Rising up high to give his team a 5-point lead. Edgecombe hanging in the air. What a tough bucket, my goodness. Absorbing contact, no whistle, double clutch, and still able to get it to go off the glass. Offensive foul. That's a terrific effort by Kwasiano Boateng. We've seen him do that previously in this game, giving up his body. I think Digbo might consider himself a little bit unfortunate there. Offensive foul on a take to the rack like that. Oh. was certainly searching for the contact, but he didn't extend his arms. But the call will stand. One possession affair. Approaching the midpoint as VJ Edgecombe clobbered on a three-pointer by Sanander Fru, and he will go to the free throw line. Now, we mentioned the fact that USA Select yesterday closed out the fourth quarter with a 9-1 run in their victory over Next Gen. This man was crucial to that strong conclusion, making all three of his foul shots when he was fouled on a three-pointer. And here he has the opportunity to tie things up with his accuracy from 15 feet away. Once again, he was 7 of 7 in his 29-point total yesterday. 7 of 7 from the stripe, that is. And here, he replicates that to square things up at 67 points apiece. Approaching 5 minutes remaining in regulation as Quinn Ellis has used his dribble, kicks to the corner. Digbo short on the shot, ball is loose. And we've got a whistle on the play. Cooper Koch looks as though he's going to be called for the foul, as he was tussling with Sanander Fru. So endline possession for USA Select. Looking to end a run of 5 straight points posted by USA Select. USA Select poking away the basketball. Now we've got a whistle on the play, and fantastic competitiveness being demonstrated by both teams. We heard Lloyd Pierce emphasizing defense getting in this space and the comfort zone of the offensive team, while there USA Select demonstrating the same type of tenacity to force a turnover. And now it's a trip to the free throw line for Zoom Diallo. He was 2 of 2 from the stripe yesterday in his 10-point total, along with an assist and 4 rebounds in 25 minutes on court against Next Gen. So the run of points without reply extended to 7. It's a 2-point lead for USA Select. And again, a proficiency from 15 feet away paying dividends. Beautiful cut to the bucket and a delicate reverse from Sanander Fru ties things up at 69, ending the run of 7 straight points posted by USA Select. 4.5 minutes remaining in regulation. Zoom Diallo working the dribble. Offloads to Kwasiano Boateng, driving on Digbo, takes him down the lane with the dribble. Rising high for the rebound is Quinn Ellis, pushing down the right sideline, looking for his options. Bullet pass down to the corner, back out to Quinn Ellis, orchestrating the half-court offense. Rising high for the 3, but it's off the back iron. Tough rebound by Cooper Koch. So approaching crunch time now in a game that is deadlocked. And as mentioned yesterday, USA Select executed magnificently to close out regulation with a 9-1 run against Next Gen. Can they demonstrate similar qualities here? And it's that man once again, VJ Edgecombe, stepping up in crunch time, demonstrating terrific composure to drive the lane, break the deadlock with a tough finish, prompting a timeout from EuroCamp 1.
One time. I keep telling you guys, this is ISO, ISO, ISO. He drives, he runs out, he gets a layup. We got to stay here. Next guy's got to be there. Make them throw it. We can get back out there. And then when he gets it, he's going to try and drive. We're trying to drive. We do the same thing. They can't get in the paint. That's how they score. That's how they're getting free throws. Right? Everybody's got to sit down. Nope, I got you now. I got you now. I'm low. I'm low. I'm low. Everybody's talking the whole time. All right? Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And again, so insightful to listen into the instructions that these talented hoopers are receiving from some of the best basketball minds on the planet. As well as plays, as well as instruction, just emphasizing what all of these players know. Communication, absolutely integral to success on the basketball court, particularly at the defensive end. And at one point in the first quarter, where USA Select went on that 14-0 run to go up by 10, Lloyd Pierce telling his team, listen, they're playing with more flair, with more swag than us. So guys on the bench, you've got to raise your level so that your teammates on the floor can feel you. Here he's demanding communication at the defensive end as Digbo working the dribble against Boateng, finds a cutting edge Demir, and he will go to the free throw line. So mention the fact that the man who was committed to the UCLA Bruins has enjoyed a really strong season domestically in the Turkish Super League. On the ANGT circuit, the Adidas Next Generation circuit, getting to that point over the last few years, he's averaged 14.3 points, 8 boards, 3.3 blocks on 63% shooting from the field, but only 49% from the stripe. And that was evidenced there by that air ball from 15 feet away. And in stark contrast, VJ Edgecombe Jr. knocking down all 3 of his 5 shots, of his foul shots, followed up by another perfect trip to the line for USA Select, resulting in a 7-0 run that put them up by 2 at 69-67. Free throws incredibly valuable at all times, but particularly in crunch time. Good response from Edgy Demir to make his second free throw after airballing the first. It's a 1-point game, just under 3.5 minutes remaining on this opening fixture of day 2 of EuroCamp 2023. Kerr Tang being defended by Ellis. Down into the post for Peyton Marshall. Passes out of the double team. Tang for 3, off right, long rebound, run down by Eustace Hollands. 3-pointer from the wing is off the mark by Jordi Jovanovic. And it's Zoom Diallo orchestrating things. Clock management going to be absolutely crucial now. Diallo handling, big screen set by Peyton Marshall. Turnaround at the high post, results in an offload deep into the shot clock. Active hand from Quinn Ellis, backcourt violation, and there it was, the tiptoe breaching the halfway line. Quinn Ellis in the vicinity of Zoom Diallo. And again, getting it done at the defensive end. Both teams really cranking up the intensity in that regard, testing the skills and the temperament of the opposition on the offensive side of the basketball. Because again, remember, this is competitive fair, it's not a drill. Timeout on the court once again. Play will be drawn up by the coaches. The players will have to execute on the pressure of this stage. Let's see if we can listen in to Adam Ross.
We're going to get a cut, face cut to the rim, or a dribble penetration for a layup, dunk, or a kick out open 3. Fill the spot. We drive the ball from here, we drive the ball from top. This guy has got to come over and rotate. Because if he passes here and face cuts, this guy's coming over and rotating. You got that? 150? Oh no, I'm sorry. 40. I apologize. We are at 41. So let's just run our stuff. Run Dallas, but we got to sprint into this screen. We have to get set up for this back screen, back screen on one side. Okay? Let's run Dallas. We're in the rotation. We're going to get defensive rebounds. Let's go. Defense on 2, 1, 2, 3. Defense.
So again, the players giving their full attention to the play being drawn up. Again, that's seen reciprocated in the timeout huddle of EuroCamp 1. Game that is finally balanced. A 1-point lead for USA Select, who led by as many as 10 at 16-6 in the first quarter. EuroCamp 1 led by as many as 9 at 38-47. Excuse me, 38-47 in the second quarter, just before halftime. And since that time, well, we've had lead changes, and currently the advantage with USA Select, who used a 7-0 run to go up by 2. As Quinn Ellis out of the back of the hand to the corner for the 3, off the mark, short, and the rebound picked up at waist height by Peyton Marshall. So VJ Edgecombe is content to slow things down as he's working against Tom Digbo. Diallo receives the offload from Boateng. Boateng rolls, steps out of the pick on the flare, off left with the J. Rebound and outlet in one motion by Quinn Ellis. It's Digbo with the underhanded scoop pass. Back out to Tom Digbo. Looks at the 3, works a jab step, goes baseline, goes up strong. Lots of contact, no foul. Last touch by USA Select. It will remain EuroCamp 1 basketball. Peyton Marshall making his presence felt in and around the lane to disrupt that baseline drive attempted by Tom Digbo. Cutting down the lane with a clever move off the basketball is Daniel Ferreira Onwenu, and he will go to the free throw line for 2. Now, we've talked about the efficiency and the prowess of USA Select from 15 feet away. EuroCamp 1 will need to demonstrate similar mettle here. As Onwenu goes to the stripe. So Onwenu knocks down the first. We are deadlocked, 71 points apiece. Terrific temperament demonstrated by Daniel Ferreira Onwenu. 2 out of 2 from the free throw line. His team up by 1. Less than 2 minutes remaining in regulation in this opening fixture of day 2 of EuroCamp 2023. Dribbling his way out of a crowd is Zoom Diallo. Oh, terrific pick by Quinn Ellis. Keeps it himself, goes down the lane, lots of contact, no foul, comes up empty. Back come USA Select with Kwasiano Boateng. Diallo setting up in a zone or EuroCamp 1. Diallo working the dribble. Down low is a mismatch, but look at the quick feet, turning the mismatch in his favor. Terrific quickness from Eustace Hollatz. Athletic reception by Tom Digbo. It was a mismatch down low in terms of size for Peyton Marshall, but the dance around with quick feet by Eustace Hollatz was impressive indeed. It sparked a transition opportunity. And despite the athletic attempt to receive by Tom Digbo, it's knocked out of bounds, and it will be end-line possession for EuroCamp 1. Pass to the corner, standstill 3, wide open, but it's off the back iron. Had a good look at the basket for Eustace Hollatz. Couldn't find the range. Rejection by Digbo. VJ Edgecombe staying with it. And he gets the field goal to go to give his team a 1-point lead. My goodness, this is what all of these players will have fantasized about growing up before arriving at the high level that they are at now. Game on the line, down by 1, and the basketball poked out of the handle of Daniel Ferreira Onwenu by Kwasiano Boateng. We have got another timeout. Less than a minute remaining in regulation. And again, this is what all of these players will be saying to themselves. Maybe they still say to themselves when they're out getting in their individual work. Game on the line, down by 1. And they'll probably insert the name of their favorite player and then attempt the game-winning shot. Glory running through the minds as they go through that familiar ritual which all basketball players perform. Lloyd Pierce and Rajon Rondo just taking some time before addressing their players in the closing stages of what has been an absolutely fantastic contest. Let's listen in to Lloyd Pierce.
24, you're in. 2. get him, get the ball. As soon as he goes, I want you guys to exchange. All right? Now, when we have it, 15, here, come set it. He's got it, 24, 2, 10. Turn this corner, go here, it's gonna be bang, probably a swing. We gotta be ready to shoot. But hey, Demir, you're rolling to the rim, you turn that corner, it's there.
We're in the penalty. We are in the penalty attack. Don't play.
9 seconds on the clock. Defense, 1, 2, 3. Defense. 9 on the clock. We're going
So
right
the
away.
play clearly communicated. Eddie Demir is to roll to the bucket, but they're looking for a good shot attempt off ball movement. And again, as well as the skills, the temperament that these players have demonstrated, not afraid of the stage, not afraid of the context of the contest. 9 seconds left on the shot clock. Drive, kick, Digbo for 3 off the front iron. Towering rebound by Peyton Marshall. Boateng with Eddie Demir saying to his perimeter defenders, get back and get in this guy's face. We've got around a 7-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. VJ Edgecombe handling the basketball, driving beneath the free throw line. Floater is off left. Digbo rips down the board, off and running, checking his options in transition. 1 point difference and a difficult shot attempted. Nobody fighting for it. And USA Select come away with a magnificent 1-point victory at the conclusion of what was an outstanding contest between themselves and EuroCamp 1. Josh Smith sharing in the elation of his players, and why not? Because so many qualities of the players of both teams were tested during that magnificent back and forth 4 quarters of basketball. And in the final analysis, it is USA Select who prevail by 1. USA Select 73, EuroCamp 1 72. USA Select moving to 2-0 in pool play after their 4-point victory over Next Gen yesterday. EuroCamp 1 with their first outing of EuroCamp 2023 come up short. So with EuroCamp 2 having gone 2-0, USA Select have gone 2-0. That, to my mind, means that those teams will meet in the final, the third and final game of day 3 of EuroCamp 2023. We'll bring you confirmation just as soon as we are able. But a magnificent performance by both teams, truth be told. And remember, basketball, a game where you will have a winner no matter how many overtimes it takes to settle. But it's a game that is unfortunate. One of those games where it's unfortunate that a side had to lose. Nip and tuck all the way, incredibly keenly contested. But EuroCamp 1 not able to get themselves a good look at the bucket on their final couple of possessions. USA Select D holding strong, seeing them come away with a 1-point win. Dora Pantelli is with the winning coach.
I will say, like, whoa, what was that?
I'm catching my breath here, so I'm trying. No, it's amazing game. I mean, it could have gone either way. Our kids are so tough. You know, we just have an incredible group of kids that weren't going to let us lose. You know, they're just resilient. We didn't play perfectly down the stretch, but we made enough plays to hold on by a basket. The European team is very, very good, very talented. They're 3 and 4 years older than our guys, and our guys didn't blink. It was more an issue for me, the coach. I see these giant guys out on the court, these men. The players didn't care. They were ready to fight, and they did, and we came out, you know, on the right side of it with a win.
But you know, Coach, what amazed me yesterday and today with your team is not only the physicality, but the hustle. And I love it when I say it on a player, you know, they will dive for a ball, they will cheer for the teammates, they will give hands, they will steal balls, they will do the extra things. How important is that for you as a coach?
It's incredibly important for me as a coach, but I don't have to coach that with this group. They expect that of one another. If anyone takes a play off, you know, jogs back, the other 9 of them are screaming, you know, so they hold each other accountable when it comes to hustle, and you know, that makes my job a lot easier. I can just worry about the X's and O's and setting them, putting them in positions to be successful. They take care of the effort.
Great work, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Adam Ross, the head coach of the victorious team, underlining that effort, just as we talked about during the course of the game, isn't something that he has to worry about. That is something that every player, every athlete can give, irrespective of how things are going otherwise.
I mean, it feels good. You know, we came down here, we represented our, our country, coming here battling against, top guys in other countries, older guys, but, we fought through it. It didn't matter about the physicality or the age. We just told each other, keep fighting no matter what.
That's what your coach said as well, and I added, I like the hustle I see in this team.
Yeah, no, we get after it. We get all the 50-50 balls. We're young, so we have a lot of energy to, to get those little 50-50 balls, to, rebound as fast as we can and stuff like that. So, that's one thing about our team, that we're going to go fight and get those 50-50 balls.
I love your energy, and I know here that you have the opportunity to showcase your talent. What's your goal?
Say that again?
What is your goal?
I mean, my goal is not only to represent our country, but, come together as a team and just show that every individual one of us can, come out no matter what and just play as a team and, continue to win.
Thank you very much.
So the post-game thoughts of Zoom Diallo, another Gatorade State Basketball Player of the Year. He picked up the award in the state of Washington to be crowned Gatorade Boys Player of the Year. Emulating the accomplishment of Paolo Banchero, who took the award as recently as the 2019-2020 season and recently crowned as the NBA Rookie of the Year. So that is an idea of the measure of the accolade that the Gatorade Player of the Year is now in its 38th year as an entity. And not only does it recognize athletic excellence, it rewards high academic achievement, exemplary character as well. As we've mentioned previously, previous winners of the award, Paolo Banchero in Washington State, Tobias Harris in New York in 2010, Trae Young in Oklahoma in 2016 and 2017, and Jason Tatum in Missouri. So Zoom Diallo, one of their rank. That about wraps things up from what was a magnificent opening game of Day 2 of EuroCamp 2023. So it just remains for me, Ronald McIntosh, to say thank you for staying with us. The action continues. The next game is scheduled to tip off at the bottom of the hour. I'll leave you in the hands of my colleague Tim Long, who will be taking you through the action where 3SSB Select will take on Team Asia. Well, let's hear from Alan Digbo, who just watched his son in action.
It was great. And you know what, Dora? The team came ready today. And you could feel that in the practice in the morning session. Coach Josh Smith, he was talking to the guys, and it was like, we got to get this one today, and he prepared them mentally, and we had a game today. It was nice.
It was really nice, and I could see, hustle in both ends. But what I like about the U.S. selection is that the hustle, the drive, the energy, the passion I see on the bench. So sometimes I've been looking on the court, and then my eye goes on the bench, like, look at these guys, how they cheer, how they do for their teammates.
Yeah, that's what made the difference. The EuroCamp bench was kind of sleepy, let's say, but the energy they put on the floor, you could felt that on the court as well. I mean, the energy from the bench translated on the court, and obviously when you have a kid like VJ, Edgecombe on the court, things change, and Chris Newley also he's changed the game with his impact on the defensive end, but the spirits, the fighting mentality. It was a narrow game, and it was nice to watch.
And last comment on the game, I think those last possessions, the 50-50 balls, the rebounds, the offensive rebounds especially, the steals, all those things once again remind to all of us that small things make a huge difference when it comes to basketball.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said yesterday, the points are not enough. As long as you can impact the game, with the little details. And I think this is why the kids are here today. Not only to show themselves, but to understand that, it's not about scoring all the time. And some guys are used to play a lot more minutes and they get less playing time, because it's a different setup. So details count again. And we have to congratulate, both teams, because they They played hard, you know, they played with passion, and that's what we want to see.
Are you ready for another game?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you ready for another game?
So let's take a look at the final statistics from what was an absolutely fantastic contest. Two incredibly tough
How are you?
teams filled with fighting spirit. A 1-point victory for EuroCamp 1.
Coach, it was an interesting game, I have to say. It came down to the last possessions. What's your take?
Well, I think it's great for the guys that are playing, for them to be in high-level situations, close game, really the attention to detail to the end of the game. I thought both teams played well. It's a young American team, a lot of quality players on our European team. So more than anything, I think they gained a lot of experience. It was very competitive. Obviously, they came out victorious, but I think all of these guys got a valuable lesson today.
I think you have one more game in like 2 hours. What do you have to tell to your players now? You know, it was the first day that your team performed, and you have one more game. What would you tell them for the next game to be prepared? You know, you always have to take into consideration these guys are under a lot of pressure. There are so many eyes watching. Their career might be on the line for many reasons. So what would you tell them?
Well, I think the biggest thing is for them to just be the best versions of themselves. Don't try and do too much. Make simple plays. Everything is going to come down to how hard they play, how unselfish they play, and how much fun they have. So if they can just be the best version of themselves doing those three things, I think they'll enjoy their time, and then we'll show better tonight.
Thank you very much, Coach.
You got it. Thank you.
So Lloyd Pierce with his post-game thoughts as we take a look at some of the highlights. Spot of housekeeping. I said that EuroCamp 1 prevailed by 1. They actually lost by 1. A 1-point victory for USA Select, 73-72. But a magnificent contest, which came down to the wire. Ege Demir was a real force in and around the bucket, both offensively and defensively. We protected the paint. With terrific presence. Kwasiano Boateng landing the long ball consistently. Peyton Marshall solid in the low post. Quinn Ellis, an active presence all over the floor, stealing basketballs, getting in the open court, making layups. Three-pointer stroked from the corner. EuroCamp 1 shooting and making 8 three-pointers at a rather modest 22% clip. That was a fantastic take to the rack and finish from Asaman Mullard. And VJ Edgecombe again, such composure, particularly in crunch time. This is an example of how he was making tough plays, hanging in the air, seeing it from both hands, his strong hand and his offhand. And he made 3 out of 3 foul shots, just as he did yesterday. We take a look at a terrific take to the rack by Sandana Frew, but the execution in the closing stages and VJ Edgecombe in and around the basketball once again. Cooper Koch with a fantastic reverse off the offensive rebound that he snared. Smooth mid-range J from Travis Perry, one of 3 state Gatorade Players of the Year on the USA Select team. And how about that for a defensive play from VJ Edgecombe, getting it done in all areas of the court, offensively, protecting the paint, stealing the basketball as well, and then distributing for Kwasiano Boateng to land from long range. But the answer always invariably came from EuroCamp 1, keeping themselves in contention. Both teams showing terrific intangible qualities, evidenced by that play. Head not dropping after getting his shot blocked, VJ Edgecombe, and that was the final score of the game. Kwasiano Boateng picking up the pieces after the line drive from the wing was off the mark. The highlight from what was a magnificent fixture to behold between the talented youngsters of USA Select and EuroCamp 1. So the next team's out on the floor preparing to open their second day of action. It's 3SSB Select against Team Asia. 3SSB Select going down against EuroCamp 2 yesterday, 76-93. And Team Asia losing by 60, 109-49 against EuroCamp 2. So both of these teams looking for their first win. That wraps things up from me, Ronald McIntosh, and I'll hand over in short order to my colleague Tim Long, who will take you through the remainder of the action on day 2 of EuroCamp 2023. It's bye from me for now, but stay with us to enjoy plenty of action from this invitational camp.
Welcome back to Treviso, Northern Italy, for the second game of the middle day of action at the 16th edition of the Adidas EuroCamp. I'm Tim Long, your commentator for the final two games here today. Next up at this pre-NBA draft showcase, two young teams who both suffered defeats yesterday as the 3 SSB team take on Team Asia. On this court already today, we've seen a tight, intense, athletic back-and-forth battle between the USA Select team and EuroCamp. Won by just 1 point by the USA Select, 73-72, guaranteeing their place in tomorrow's final as group winners. Up next, the 3 SSB Select team against Team Asia, followed this evening by the Next Gen Select team against EuroCamp 1, who play their second game of the day, having not played it all yesterday. And with the EuroCamp 2 team beating both of these teams yesterday, we already know they'll play in the final against USA Select tomorrow. So this one here is a direct shootout for second place in this group. And tomorrow it's the 2 third-place teams who face off to avoid last place at the event before the second-place teams will meet to decide third place overall at the tournament. And the 2 group winners meet in the final. See the 3 SSB roster here, all American US-based players playing in elite high school programs and on the Adidas 3 SSB circuit that stands for the 3 Stripes Select Basketball, all born in 2005, 2006 or even 2007. And now the Team Asia roster, a number of players at high school level as well. And they're led by Luca Taves, the point guard born in 2004, a 3-star prospect, 33rd in the US on 24/7's positional rankings for the class of 2024. Struggled yesterday though, only 2 points, 2 assists in 16 minutes and 1 of 5 shooting. And the starting 5s for the 2 teams. Lin Wei was the standout player for Team Asia, played 29 minutes. The only double-digit scorer, 18 points and 5 assists for him, and a tough 60-point defeat. And this 3 SSB Select team, very deep, can all rotate under the guidance of Joe Wooten, who's a coach at Bishop O'Connell High School. Has been for the last 24 years, winning a collection of Virginia State titles while also running the Coach Wooten basketball camp for the last 35 years.
Give it back, and now, as that's happening, you're going to scream.
The coaches having their final words with the players. So many top-level coaches involved at this event, as well as current and former NBA players offering their words of wisdom. Rodney Billups is part of the Team Asia coaching staff. And a number of coaches have rotated between the teams as well at this event, making it a little difficult perhaps for our graphics crew to identify and place correctly. We're underway here. 3 SSB Select in the white, Team Asia in the black. I beg your pardon, the other way around. And the rebound grabbed and reeled in here by 3 SSB. Jakari Harris. Slicing and dicing, not able to score though. Quick release down the floor, Chao Sen, and attacking and one. And Chao Sen, who only had 2 points in the game yesterday in 11 minutes on court. Hit his only shot though. A chance to surpass that scoring tally in the opening minute here. 3 SSB looking for their first score. Inside, off the mark for Elijah Arenas, the son of Gilbert Arenas, a 3-time NBA All-Star. Rebound grabbed by Trayvon Maddox. And a three-pointer for the tie off the mark. And Team Asia were competitive in their first quarter yesterday against EuroCamp 2, knocked down 4 of 6 threes. Then they were blown away the rest of the game, lost by 60, 109-49. Like SSB, they ended up shooting a better percentage on the perimeter. 33% versus 31% from 2. They were battered on the boards, though. As were 3 SSB in their game. Deep 3 misses, nothing so far in 2 minutes for 3 SSB. We'll go again, and there's the tie. They keep on launching those three-point bombs. Jakari Harris with that one. That was a key to keeping their game close yesterday against EuroCamp 2. They lost it in the end by 17, 76-93. They knocked down 11 threes at 35%. And that time they only shot 34% on the interior yesterday. Both of these teams were dominated on the inside in their defeats yesterday. 3 SSB allowed their opponents to shoot 55% from 2, and they were out-rebounded 54-36, including 20-11 on the offensive glass. Also struggled to move the ball, just 8 assists on their 24 made field goals. Team Asia battered in a similar fashion on the boards. Up fake to mid-range, the floater nowhere near from Liu Zepong. 3 SSB, a chance to stretch their advantage here. Three-point shot it is again, and another for Harris. Jakari Harris of Loganville High School in Georgia, class of 2024. Coming right back, Chong Jiaohao was only 1 of 7 from the field yesterday in 18 minutes. So 3.5 minutes in. These two teams looking for their first win at this tournament, trading scores back and forth. Harris, the go-to guy right now. Burgess moves it on, it's another 3. Arenas can't hit that one, though. One of the youngest players at this event, Elijah Arenas, born in 2007. He'll be class of 2026 at Chatsworth Senior High School. Big finish, getting free to rock the rack, Terrion Burgess. So a 5-point lead now after the slow start for 3 SSB. Team Asia will turn to those 3-pointers again, might get a second chance in quick succession. And they missed both of them. Turnover on 3 SSB, though. There's Luka Taves coming in, 110 on his back. The Japanese point guard who plays at the Newman School in Boston. Driving the baseline, drawing the contact, Guan Ziyu. Here's Guan again. So 4 fouls in the opening 4.5 minutes on 3 SSP. Any further fouls now, and we'll send Team Asia to the line for the rest of this quarter. Good look for 3 again, and this time they take it. Lin Wei, who had those 18 points yesterday. The only double-digit scorer for Team Asia, 5 assists as well. He was 7 of 15 from the field, 3 of 4 from the foul line. Team Asia back within 2, and a chance to tie or take the lead here. Instead, the turnover. 2-on-2 transition and a whistle. Still 1 foul to give for Team Asia. This event being hosted at La Guirada Sports Complex here in Treviso. This is where the tournament hosted its very first edition 2 decades ago now. But back this year, for the first time since 2017. We've witnessed some fantastic action from these young stars already. What a game we saw first on this court today. Just a 1-point win, and this one just as tight. Chong Ji-hao with that 3. And Team Asia again determined to live or die by the 3-point shot, as was the case yesterday. Christopher Brown Jr. wearing the number 70. He'll go to work on Taves, far side. Nice footwork down the baseline. No time left on the clock, though. Malachi Moreno, who wasn't aware. It's a 6-0 run here for Team Asia. Liu. Purposeful into the paint, and the score for Wong Ji-pong. Playing again after playing 38 minutes yesterday. And the immediate response for 3 SSB by Paul McNeil Jr. This is very first trip overseas coming to this EuroCamp here in northern Italy. Said he was a little bit scared to make the trip, coming from a small county in the US. What an opportunity for these players to impress the watching eyes of all of the scouts, coaches and agents from the biggest leagues in the world, the NBA, the EuroLeague, the Euro Cup. One of just 2 pre-draft camps, along with the NBA Combine in Chicago. Bill Bano, the Detroit Pistons assistant coach, hugely experienced, now running the camp as the coaching director, having first worked with EuroCamp way back in 2004. He said it's the opportunity of a lifetime for Europe's best players, but of course, the net has been cast wide to include players from Asia and the US as well. He said it's a great honor to witness the launch of their professional careers at an event that's dedicated to excellence and inclusion. A bit of sorting out to do on the benches, or rather at the scorers table here. Team Asia leading 15-12, having trailed 10-5. 3 minutes of the first quarter to play. It's a really interesting prospect to see the kind of matchup we're getting here between two very young teams who suffered those convincing defeats yesterday. Now this is more of an opportunity to show what they've got against an opponent perhaps more at their level. On top of that, they'll know each other a little bit better as well, playing a second game and having a second practice together this morning. Lots of these players have only come together for the very first time this weekend. The ball was kicked and turned over. And Carney Ruth's trying to attack. Plays at the IMG Academy in Florida, class of 2024. Mid-range floater, tough angle, nowhere near. 3 SSB down the floor for the score and 1. Great persistence to get to the basket for the points, and in doing so to earn a trip to the foul line. Mika Jaden Robinson. And for a lot of these players at high school level, it may be, rather than looking to impress the NBA personnel watching on, to try and catch the eye of college recruiters before taking that big next step in their careers. Three SSB select by 1. Chen Junji. Rebound secured by McNeil Jr. Transition 3 is good. Knocked down by Carney Ruths, putting that previous turnover disappointment behind him. A young man who's also making his very first trip overseas for this event. And he's got the 3 SSB team ahead.
Hey,
as we go to the benches for a timeout.
Energy, much better. Compete level, much better. Physicality, much better. We gotta pass it more. Quicker decisions. Everybody can't hold the ball and call for a pick and roll. Pass 5 passes. Hey, listen, again, when they're aggressive on those pick and roll, and X5 is here, X1 is here, 5, you gotta make yourself available. Right behind. Come on, let's go. Together on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Jesse Mermis getting involved in the coaching for Team Asia today. What a great platform to learn for these young athletes. The likes of Josh Smith and Rajon Rondo here as well. Jabari Smith Jr. Christopher Brown Jr. takes the long two and knocks it down. And they've really found their shooting range now. 3 SSB lead by 6 points, largest lead of the game. Liu Zepong. Out it comes for the three-point shot from Guan to halve the deficit. They only lost the first quarter yesterday by 5, Team Asia, despite losing the game by 60. It was the threes that kept them close. But 3 SSB answers straight back with one of their own. Plenty of contact creating the separation. No whistle, and then there is a whistle. As Zhong Jihao wants to go up to the rack, the foul seemingly on Carney Ruths. So Zhong out the line, plays with Shanghai in the Chinese league. Seven or 8 second differential end of the first quarter for the lead here. They'll try and stretch it. 3 SSB. Wild shot on the interior. Plenty of time in transition now. They take the quick shot though, the 3 off the mark. And that leaves 3 SSB the chance to respond here. Rebound grabbed in between 2 opponents, but no points from it. And that will bring to a close a tight first quarter, in which Team Asia started well before 3 SSB showed their strength. Opened a 6-point lead, but it's 4 at the end of 1. 24-20 in their favor.
You're going to be on the other block. Kanai and Malachi, you're out. Right? Yeah. Go read it. Go either way. If he goes off the single, it's just a read on your part. You go off the double. He calls the ball though, so he goes off double or single, whichever way you want to go. You go opposite, okay? And then what are you doing? You're sprinting to what? Ball screen. You're in good shape. Guys, we got to switch the dribble handoff. They're handing off a lot. They're getting shots off that. Let's switch that. Everybody got that switching aggressive. We'll be in good shape.
Only 1 through 4.
5 stay consistent drop. Right,
1 through 4.
Just bring the switch. Everybody familiar with Victor? You need to draw it up, or we good?
No.
Okay, let's go. All right.
Finish up.
What is it? All right. So Victory. So a couple things. We got Paul here. We got Jakari here. We got Kanai. We got Malachi. We got Michael. I'm always messing up. All right. So Paul's going to go off the double or the single. You go the opposite way. And Malachi's going to sprint the ball screen. We're going to play out of that. You got that?
What if it comes to my side? I'm still on ball screen.
You still ball screen.
Still ball screen either way.
Look to rolling post.
Finish on 3. Finish on 3. 1, 2, 3. Finish. Either way.
We're hearing the timeout of Joe Wooten on the 3 SSB bench as we see the stats then from that first quarter, 24-20 altogether. Coach Wooten's team shooting the ball well. Team Asia having their best offensive quarter of the tournament so far for those 20 points. At 18 points in the first yesterday. Let's see if they can keep it going here into the second. 15 previous editions of this event have produced more than 150 current and former NBA and EuroLeague players, including the likes of Goran Dragic, Bogdan Bogdanovic, Danilo Gallinari, Lou Dort, Jaylen Brown, Rudy Gobert, Evan Fournier. The list goes on. Around 40 who currently have NBA contracts, and around 70 who currently have roles in the EuroLeague. All of the players on display across these 6 teams this weekend, as this event returns for the first time in 6 years, hoping to graduate to roles in those leagues in the coming years. And some of the older players hoping to secure a big NBA contract, of course, in the draft later this month, June 22nd, at the Barclays Center in New York. Strong attack from Malachi Moreno. He earns a trip to the foul line. A 7-footer born in 2006. He's playing with the Indiana Elite on the 3 SSB circuit. He's had unofficial college visits to Ohio State, Iowa, Cincinnati, Purdue. And Coach Wooten, who's helped develop a number of professional players himself, including a couple of NBAers, and many of his players gained college scholarships, and also progressed a number of coaches who've worked with him up to the Division I collegiate level. They don't come much more experienced in terms of developing young players. Nice pass inside. The patience and composure at the stripe to then pick a pass from Lin Wei. He's been Team Asia's standout star at this event so far. Tough off-balance shot, slipping and sliding almost all the way into the corner and getting it to drop. Tremendous play from Christopher Brown Jr. Bullish play at the opposite end, but a miss from Wong. Defense got a piece of it. Jakari Harris. And it comes again to the number 70. Looking for back-to-back scores. Brown Jr. bailed out on the boards by his teammate Malachi Moreno. He'll go back to the line. Played 22 minutes yesterday. Moreno blocked 2 shots, but only scored 2 points on 1 of 3 shooting and didn't grab any rebounds. He gets a big offensive rebound here. And look to turn it into 2 points. Class of 2025 at Great Crossing High School in Kentucky. Splits the pair. 3 SSB by 5. Lin Wei. Jinking and jiving and then getting his pocket picked and turning it over. He's one of the older players on this Team Asia roster. One of a couple born in 2003, Lin Wei. Already plays in the top professional league in China, the CBA. One of the older players, still only 19 years of age. Turnovers in quick succession for the two teams, 5 each through the game. Here is Lin Wei again. This time, I look to show his range too long. And Jakari Harris across to the far side. Lin Wei's got some defending to do now. Back out it comes to Moreno. They space and spread the floor, with the outside shot missed from Ruths. Lin Wei. Again, he turns it over. A little bit impatient that time. Harris. Ball kicked out of bounds. And Jakari Harris was the team's only player with a positive plus-minus yesterday. Had a +2 in his 21 minutes on court. Put up 11 points, 4 rebounds, 2 steals. Transition 3 off the mark for Wei. You're watching EuroCamp 2023 in Treviso. Nice feed inside. How about the rejection? Malachi Moreno shut down emphatically. Corner 3 in transition is good. Big plays at both ends of the floor for Team Asia. And that gets them back within 2. 3-point shot to try and cancel it out off the mark from Elijah Arenas. So a chance to tie or even take the lead. Lin Wei. We're going to go to the benches for a timeout. On a couple of occasions when you felt that 3 SSB might pull away, Team Asia have reeled them back in and closed the gap, now within 2 points.
He throws it to you and you stop and hold it and call for a pick and roll. We've lost all the energy. We have to move the ball. Quick decisions. If you hold the ball, I'm calling timeout and I'm subbing you out of the game. All right, we good? Energy on 3. 1, 2, 3. Energy.
So often, it's a need to praise a team when things aren't going too well and give them criticism when things are going well, to try and get the best out of them. There's more here that the Team Asia coaching staff feel that their players could be giving. They've closed the gap to 2. 3-point shot for the lead. Close, but not quite. Jesse Mermis, an assistant coach for the Orlando Magic, was a former assistant coach for the Kings, Rockets and Raptors. Strong rebound in transition hit, led by Burgess. Some players at this event are as old as 22. Coach Wooten is guiding a number of teenagers, including Elijah Arenas on the floor right now at just 16. He had a remarkable year as a freshman at Chatsworth Senior High School this season. 30.3 points, 9 rebounds, 1.4 steals, 1.6 blocks a game. That included a 56-point performance. He's already had a number of college offers. Part of a group battling for this board. And it leads to the open three on this near side, missed by Maddox. Maddox, who's had a college offer from South Florida. Visited University of Tennessee back in September. He's seeking more offers on top of that. Lin Wei to lead the attack for Team Asia to try and complete the comeback. And again, they miss an opportunity to do so. Wigwe got it to double the advantage. Chidi Wigwe, one of 2 players, along with Elijah Arenas, born in 2007 on this 3 SSB roster. 3-point shot off the rebound is good from Chong Jiahao. So Team Asia back within 1. Both teams knocking down 5 threes. Nice bounce pass in between 2 defenders and a trip to the foul line. Any fouls now from the Team Asia defense for the rest of this half will send 3 SSB to the line. It's Chidi Wigwe who gets there now. Class of 2026 at Bergen Catholic High School in New Jersey. He's averaged 7.1 points as a freshman this season. Another chance to tie, or even take the lead here for Team Asia. Bruce Cano. Luca Taves. 2 players with American connections on this Team Asia side. And still not able to engineer the completion of that comeback. Luca Taves plays, as I mentioned before, in Boston, Massachusetts at high school. Bruce Cano, who was born in Japan to a Japanese mother and American father, chose to attend Ellsworth Community College in Iowa to move to the US. Brown Jr. blocked off. Low scoring this second quarter, but that's a quick attack. And Team Asia are back level. Liu Chaowei ties the scores at 30. A mid-air clobbering that will send Trayvon Maddox to the line. Maddox this season has helped Gray Academy defend their AA State Championship in South Carolina. He splits the pair, so just the 1-point edge and a chance now for the lead to really complete the comeback. For Team Asia, Luca Taves. Bruce Cano. Down to the edge of the paint, into traffic, blocked off. Again, nothing easy on the interior for Team Asia for the second day in a row. Taves, quick pass down the floor. They have to make the most of those transition opportunities before the 3 SSB defense can set. Brown Jr. coming down the floor to answer in kind in transition and create the open look, which is taken by Trayvon Maddox. So 3 SSB select by 4. 2.5 minutes to play in this first half. Guan Ziyu. Tough shot, backed up on the boards though by his teammate. Offensive rebound and stick back from Wong Chi Pong. Final 2 minutes of the second. Long range 2, fouled on it. Well, Liu Zhe Pong ends up in the landing space of Carney Ruths. So a chance at a 3-point play. He was late to Ruths and ended up very much in the wrong position. Doesn't particularly pay the price for it. And Team Asia still seeking that lead after the biggest deficit of the game. Got back to tie, and they've fallen behind by 4 again. Luka Taves to inbound, one of 2 Japanese players on this Team Asia roster, the rest coming from China. Mid-ranger off the mark, battle on the boards again. Liu Chao Wei really making a nuisance of himself on the interior. Along with Wong Chi Pong, the tallest player on the Team Asia roster at 6'8". Taves. 3-point shot off the mark. And this is a great test for these 2 teams now in a close game after they were both blown away to a certain extent yesterday. 3 SSB losing by 17. Team Asia losing by 60. You learn a lot more about players in tight in-game situations. Luka Taves foul, but it's only the second team foul of the second quarter for 3 SSB. Team Asia already at the foul limit. There's Terion Burgess checking out. 3-point shot, good. Liu Zhe Pong was 3 of 4 from downtown yesterday. And he's got Team Asia back within 2 again in the final minute of the first half today. He was 0 of 3 from 2 yesterday, but 3 of 4 from 3. Had 9 points, 5 rebounds against EuroCamp 2. Christopher Mickle Brown Jr. Point guard born in 2006 at the line now. This season he's averaged 12.6 points, 2.9 assists with 35% three-point shooting as a sophomore with Southeast Elite on the Adidas 3 SSB circuit. For the lead. And there's that third foul. Still one more to give in this final 47 seconds. Taves, mid-ranger, off the mark. And he went 1 of 5 from the field yesterday, Taves. 3 in transition, falls flat, offensive rebound though, open 3. Paul McNeil Jr. couldn't resist, but couldn't hit either. He did hit 3 of 6 from downtown yesterday, McNeil Jr. Three-second differential. Team Asia down 4. Taves going to work again, drops it off. Wong wasn't going to shoot the 3. Taves and Wong working together once more. They do create the open look for a man who will take the 3 off the mark. And time to get away the second chance scoring opportunity in the nick of time. Wong Chi-Pong with a big shot at the buzzer closes the gap to 2 for Team Asia at half-time here. 3 SSB Select 39, Team Asia 37. Hope to get some reaction from 1 or 2 of the players at half-time here in a tight game that's been very entertaining so far.
It looks like a very close game. What is the part of your game that you must immediately improve in that second half?
Rebounding, man. Just rebounding and pushing the floor, you know, getting stops. That's our main goal, and we'll win this game.
I also heard your coach yelling that exact thing you said. Don't give up those offensive rebounds. So it's very important to do the little stuff, right?
Right, yes, man. As always, man. It's always the little stuff that's important to us. You know, offense going to come, we got to worry about defense and the little things, and we'll be good.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
And the thoughts of Paul McNeil Jr. I mentioned he's playing in this tournament and travelling overseas for the first time at this event. There's a little bit of fear in taking such a new experience. I'm sure there's a bit of fear in taking the halftime interview as well. He's performed admirably so far. His team leading by 2 at halftime. Just the second sophomore in history to win the Gatorade North Carolina Player of the Year award, Paul McNeil Jr. Team Asia actually started well before 3 SSB burst back to lead by as many as 6. Team Asia then improved once again, closed the gap on a couple of occasions. Spent most of the half chasing 3 SSB, but from not too far behind. And 3 SSB holding Team Asia at arm's length for the most part, but the gap just 2 points at half-time. Again, 3-pointers key for Team Asia, but they're having a bit more joy on the interior in this one as well. Liu and Wong have both stepped up in that regard. They did get level from the largest deficit of the game before falling behind again by 4, but just 2 at half-time. 39-37 your score. It'll be just a short turnaround here before we get the third quarter underway. It's the middle game of 3 contests on this court today, the middle day of action across 3 days here at EuroCamp Treviso 2023. Later on this evening, it's the next gen team against EuroCamp 1. EuroCamp 1 who lost by 1 in the first game today against USA Select. So USA Select going to 2-0 in the group stage means they will play in the final tomorrow as group winners. And EuroCamp 2 will be their opponents, winning the other group after winning both of their games yesterday. And they'll go to that final with a day of rest, having not played today. A strange scenario that EuroCamp 2 had to play 2 games yesterday without playing today. EuroCamp 1 had to play 2 games today without playing yesterday. The rest of the teams are playing 3 consecutive games on 3 consecutive days. Whoever wins this one will finish second in their group and face the second place team from the other group for 3rd place overall at the tournament. Whoever loses will place 3rd and battle the 3rd place team from the other group to try and avoid finishing last of the 6 teams. It'll be the 5th place game first tomorrow, followed by the 3rd place game and then the final. Before those games, though, there'll be a number of shooting competitions, which offers another opportunity for the coaches and recruiters and agents who are closely watching these young players to gauge what they've got in their lockers. There'll be shooting competitions where players take 50 mid-range and 50 three-point shots. Tomorrow morning, that's after we've had team practices this morning and yesterday morning. Such a prestigious event to be involved in and invited to. Many of the players here by invitation. Many of the top coaches in the game and some current NBA players offering their time and wisdom to help guide these young players along. It is the only officially sanctioned NBA pre-draft camp outside of the USA. Great to see a return here to Treviso. Trayvon Maddox, first offense of the second half for 3 SSB. Good separation. And a 2-pointer knocked down by Chidi Wigwe, who's impressing in his limited time on court. Harris checks the rearview mirror, goes straight for the goal. Tough angle, though. And it's Wigwe with the offensive rebound twice. Jakari Harris, nice pass back out. Wigwe, can he shoot a 3? Not on target. Wigwe, one of the class of 2026 players. Here for 3 SSB. High school class, that is. Plays for Riverside Hawks on the 3 SSB circuit. He had a game-winning 3 in sudden death overtime in that competition. His coach said he relishes big moments like that. And this is certainly a big moment for these young players to compete through the course of this weekend. That's a violation against 3 SSB. Lin Wei, long two, too long. Open three-point shot. Not the best release, though. Wong Chi-pong briefly putting the ball on the floor, then looking to run interference for his teammate. Guan Ziyu riding the turbulence as he looks to kick to the corner. Team Asia, 2 minutes into the third quarter, looking for their first score of this second half. Nice swivel and score with the shooter's roll from Wong Chi-pong. Really playing hard in both games of this event, Wong Chi-pong. I mentioned he played 38 minutes yesterday, more than any other player for any other team. Three-point shot, right on the money. Knocked down by Weigwei. Chidi Weigwei with a take-notice performance here. Guan trying to respond, unable to do so. Elijah Arenas. It's Weigwei again. Can't knock down another. Chen Junji. Open three off the mark. Rebound secured by Moreno. Three SSB, very quick and athletic down the floor. And this time have the shot at the end of it from Elijah Arenas. Only had 3 points yesterday. It's a big three here today that stretches the lead to 8. And Team Asia facing their toughest deficit, having battled for so long to keep it close. Lin Wei. Three-point shot for him. When the threes dry up for Team Asia, the other team invariably pull away. They avoid the double-digit deficit. They need the three here, and they get it right on cue. Three-pointer from Chong Jie-hao. Only hit one field goal yesterday. He's hit a series of threes today. We've not had any half-time stats to bring you, unfortunately. But that, not the first three. From Chong Jie-hao. Close the gap to 5 here. 6 minutes to play in the third quarter. This is Christopher Brown Jr. going to work and putting the third foul on Team Asia in this third period. McNeil Jr. Oh, hit hard on the three, tough landing. He'll go to the strike for 3 free throws. We've seen a couple of late fouls on the shooter from Team Asia. That landing space has to be protected for the players to avoid injury. And the punishment, the trip to the line for 3 for McNeil Jr. Spent a few months at Napa, California. Prolific prep school. He realized he wanted to be closer to home, so he returned to Richmond High School this season. Richmond High School in Rockingham, North Carolina, and led them to a first state championship game in more than 25 years. He was one of 3 SSB's top performers yesterday, with 12 points and 3 rebounds. Deep 3 off the mark. And they've really struggled to score in this third quarter, Team Asia. Just 5 points in 4.5 minutes. 3 SSB, meanwhile, have put up 11. Nice pass far side. After the shooting angle was blocked off. Offensive rebound grabbed by Burgess. Burgess gets it back, attacks strong, finds the right angle. Really good play from him. Terrion Burgess, whose dad Terry Burgess Jr. started an AAU team for his son that won the 4th and 5th grade titles in Arkansas. He's got some defending to do here, and he's beaten Liu Xiaowei over the top of Burgess. Burgess was the best player on the team yesterday, had 11 points, 7 rebounds, including 5 offensive rebounds. Three-pointer too long from Ruths. In transition, the slice and the dice and the dunk. A big one-handed hammer from Guan. Three-point shot. McNeil Jr. moves it on to an even more open teammate, but Robinson can't convert. So Team Asia looking for consecutive scores here. The deep 3 just grazes the rim. It's going to be unfamiliar territory for these 2 teams at this tournament, to be in a close game, you have to assume, heading towards the 4th quarter. Brown Jr. gets the defense on his back. And floater falls short, though. Well, they're breathing again because of those 3-point shots. Guan Ziyu closes the gap to 3. Remember, Team Asia shot a better percentage from 3 than they did from 2 yesterday. And it's a similar story today. They only scored 49 points in yesterday's defeat. They've got 49 now already here, with 13.5 minutes still to play. They lost yesterday to EuroCamp 2, 109-49. 3 SSB Select got 76 points yesterday, and their 17-point defeat to EuroCamp 2. Mika Robinson off to Carney Ruths. No room to breathe under the defensive pressure of Guan Ziyu, but he commits the foul. Team Asia already at the foul limit, so a trip to the line here for Carney Ruths. 2005. A young man playing at the IMG Academy in Florida. He's had interest from Georgia. He had an official visit with his family. Georgetown and Virginia Tech as well. Have him on their radars. Lin Wei moves it on. Open shot is good for Won Ji Pong, who's really stepping up today. 5 the margin. 2-pointers short from McNeil Jr. A chance to make it a one-possession game again here for Team Asia. After another considerable deficit in terms of the landscape of this game, and they do close the gap to 3. Luca Taves with the score. Team Asia stepping up on the interior at 50% shooting today. That's allowed them to score more points than they did in the whole of the game yesterday when they were reliant on their threes. Nice handles and the finish from Carney Ruths. A bit more interior play here and a simple score for Won Ji Pong. Plays with Tsinghua University High School, the top team in the Chinese High School Basketball League. And the floater falls, and these two teams now trading scores. That one from Christopher Brown Jr. So 5 the lead for 3 SSB Select. And we'll go to the benches for a timeout.
Let's go. Sit. All right, fellas, let me ask you a question. What does it look like to NBA scouts when we get beat down the floor continuously? It's not going to look good. You're not spring back. We're not guarding what we need to. I know we're tired. It's a mental decision. It's a mental decision to compete, all right? I know it's tiring. I know we've been here a long time. We want to finish this game. We cannot get beat in transition. That's where all their points are coming from. Everybody got that? All right, now, next time down, all right, we're going to go 40 high. T, you're going to come up, reverse it, screen away, curl it, and then come back, swing it again, and then ball screen. Everybody got that? Let's go to work. Finish this quarter. Finish on 3. 1, 2, 3. Finish.
You hear Joe Wooten talking to his players about desire to run the floor. Lots of NBA recruiters watching on. It's not just about technical skills for these players, it's about their mental characteristics as well. Who keeps fighting, who keeps running, who puts in the extra effort, who has the stamina and the focus to play hard for the full 40 minutes. The message from Coach Wooten that all of Team Asia's points were coming in transition, and his team were not running back down the floor on defense hard enough. They certainly get forward in transition quick enough, and they do again here. Squeezed in by Carney Ruths off the feed from Mika Robinson. So 7 the lead. Final minute of the third quarter. They've been in front for almost the entirety of the game. 3 SSB, but never by many. Turnover here, a chance to stretch this one. And stretching all the way up to the rack. Paul McNeil Jr. makes it a 9-point lead. Cause for concern for Team Asia, facing another significant deficit. A couple of hesitations and then the drive to the basket before being greeted by a foul, Liu Chaowei. Is this where they finally pull away? They've seemed in control of the game for the vast majority, 3 SSB, but without creating a big margin. And again, the three-point shooting of Team Asia will look to reel them back in. Guan Ziyu from downtown closes the gap to 6. Now, a big shot right at the end of the third, misses. A big rebound might lead to another score for Team Asia to make it tight again, and what a big score it is, followed by the big celebration. Guan Ziyu with the emphatic finish and 1. Just a matter of seconds ago, it looked like 3 SSB would pull away up by 9. And a couple of blinks of the eye. The gap closed to 4, but that's all it is. After the missed free throw, which would have made it a 1-possession margin. A fireworks finish to the third quarter. Sees Team Asia within 4, heading to the fourth. After 30 minutes of play here, it remains tight. 3 SSB Select 64, Team Asia 60.
Okay, listen. The very next pick and roll that they run, we're gonna trap it. When we trap the pick and roll out here, we need to hold in, so we cover the basket.
You gotta look in the post, bro. There's no way they can guard us. There's a couple times I had to look in the post, bro. Y'all just put me off.
Okay, next play, we're gonna run a flare. So this is a flare. This is gonna be 4. This is gonna be 1. This is gonna be 5. This is gonna be 2, 3. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna screen here. 5. I want you to set this flare. Dive to the rim. As he's going left, you're getting out to this little bunker spot. So when you throw it over the top, 4 has this whole side that's right there. You got it? Either shoot it or drive it.
OK， 如果他们追死后的话，你直接往里包，你可以掉下来，你可以是中间。
You got that? If they lock and trail, you're gonna throw and he's gonna lob you to the rim. Okay, let's go. Together on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A look at these stats through the opening 3 quarters of this one. You can see again the three-point shooting important for both teams, but they've both improved immensely on the interior, especially Team Asia at 52% now. They were held to only 31% on the inside yesterday. We heard Joe Wooten talking to his players on their 3 SSB side about NBA recruiters here. And he certainly knows a thing or two about how to move players on in their careers from the high school level up to the collegiate level and then even into the NBA. Luka Taves. Lin Wei. Team Asia down 4, start to the fourth. Taves getting inside. He's done far better today than he did yesterday, Luka Taves. And Team Asia back within 2. Nice ball movement here from 3 SSB. Pass off the mark though, forced the low catch. And in the adjustment period, a travel called on Mika Robinson. It's the low pass that leads to the error ultimately. 9 turnovers apiece. Team Asia, can they tie again? Oh, what a quick spin! The fancy move and then the emphatic finish from Wong Chi Pong. 64-64 from 9 down, Team Asia level. Connie Ruths across to the far side. A couple of occasions now we've seen Team Asia overturn big deficits to tie, but not yet to take the lead. Is this now their moment? Lin Wei looking to meander his way through the defense, kicks it back out, three-point shot, no. Rebound grabbed by Robinson. He'll run the floor. 3 SSB look for their lead back now. And blocking off the route to the rim, Wong Chi Pong, who's become a dominating presence in the paint at both ends. Considering he played 38 minutes yesterday, he was comparatively quiet, just 7 points, only 2 rebounds in that time. He's been far more noticeable today. And getting his geometry spot on, Malachi Moreno. Lin Wei. Get it back from Taves, Lin Wei. Oh, he banks it in. And Jakari Harris just slumps and looks down at the hardwood in disbelief and disappointment. 66-66, we're level again. Offensive rebound for Moreno. But he can't keep hold of it. Lin Wei. Can't glance off the glass this time. But the pieces picked up and then put in by Wong Chi Pong, who's going from strength to strength. Team Asia have the lead for the first time in what feels like an eternity. After getting several ties from significant deficits, they now have the edge, but not for long at all. The three-pointer from Connie Ruths puts 3 SSB ahead by 1. It's all to play for here in the final 6.5 minutes or so. Offensive rebound for Ruths. They're trying to play really hard here, crashing the boards, and then looking to tear down the rack. Malachi Moreno. Timeout called on the Team Asia bench after they got ahead. 3 SSB have answered right back by raising the bar.
You created that shot for him because you ran ahead of the ball and then you cleared out. So that opened up a driving lane. That was a good shot for us. It just went in and out. Tough break. We don't get back in time. Now we give up a dunk. Okay, we're in this game. This is our game. This is a 6-minute game. Let's work together to get better shots. Wide open shots. More passes. Quicker decisions. Okay. Actually, you know the play. We're going wide stack. Wide stack. If they blitz it, 5 men be available. Wide stack. Energy on 3. 1, 2, 3. Energy.
And this one hitting the final stretch now. A tight game, as was communicated on the benches in the timeout. It's all to play for. A 3-point lead for 3 SSB Select after they'd lost what had been a 9-point lead. Luca Taves, ball handler for Team Asia. Left-hand finish no good. Jakari Harris. Plenty of options arriving in transition. They make a meal of it, but that's a nice pass. Mika Robinson. They'll flash into the paint and then the finish. Wong keeps on going to work, down low. Out to the corner, three-point shot misses. Razzle-dazzle pass from Robinson leads to the score. Knocked down by Carney Ruths. And he got fouled as well. And 3 SSB Select have a chance to go up by 8 points. That would make it a 5-0 run off the back of that timeout. Not the desired effect they were hoping for on the Team Asia bench. We've seen multiple high single-digit leads for 3 SSB Select through the course of the game. Team Asia have always had the fight to close the gap again. They got one more bit of fight in them over these final 5.5 minutes to get back now from a 9-point deficit, which may become a double-digit deficit after that turnover. Lane opens up, baseline burst, detonating the dunk, Malachi Moreno. And now, the largest lead so far, with just 5 minutes to play. Open long range, 2 misses. Ruths. Far side, three-point shot is good. And they really have raised the bar. Christopher Brown Jr. makes it a 12-point lead for 3 SSB. And they have one hand on their first win at this tournament.
Basketball is a game of runs. But their run's going to be longer if we stop playing, we start looking around. 5 minutes is an eternity. It's how you respond. It's our turn to make the run. Okay, this is what we're gonna do right here. So we got 1, 5. Okay, 4 is here, 3 is here, 2 is here. Okay, when you hit 4, you gotta dive fast. 1, you gotta come over. 5, don't let X1 steal the ball right here. You're gonna drive to your right hand. If they help right here, you have a pass to the shooter. Okay? Go get a physical layup. Fight on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, plenty of time, but it is a 12-point deficit now for Team Asia. And considering they've spent long portions in this game trying to close 7, 8, 9-point deficits, it's going to take their biggest run of all now in these final 4.5 minutes. It's a strong move, good for the score and the trip to the stripe. Wong Chi Pong again. Well, he's sending a statement here that he's one to watch in the coming years. Wong Chi Pong. Really tough for him in the game yesterday against taller opponents on the EuroCamp 2 roster. Playing in that centre position at 6'8". So 4 minutes and 15 seconds to play. 82-70. Brown Jr. drifting but not dropping. And it's Wong battling on the boards. Possession for Team Asia. And we heard coach saying 5 minutes is a long time. It's less than 4 minutes now, still down 12. This would be a big shot if it goes. It doesn't, though, from Liu. Brown Jr. quickly forcing the ball down the floor. It's where a bit of patience might be required from 3 SSB to eat up valuable seconds, but also from Team Asia. They can't afford to rush things the way they just did to turn it back over to their opponents. It's wise to slow it down now in the half court. Take time away with this sizable advantage. 10 still on the shot clock. Again, taking plenty of time, finding the right pass, and then the flying finish from Malachi Moreno off the fantastic feed from Harris. 14, the largest lead. It's as good as over now, unless we have a remarkable run in the final 3 minutes from Team Asia. One that shows no signs of materializing. Brown Jr. bobbling his way to the basket, and the flying follow this time from Malachi Moreno, who's clocking up the air miles. A +5 in the offensive rebounding count for 3 SSB. +14 on the scoreboard after that basket from Wong. They've really finished the game impressively, 3 SSB. Especially since that timeout from the Team Asia bench 3 minutes ago. It did little to slow their momentum. If anything, they've got better and better, and Moreno with 3 consecutive scores now. 2 dunks and then that floater from close range. Only took 3 shots yesterday and only hit 1 of them. He's hit 3 in a row in the last minute or so here. So 16 ties the largest lead again. Final 2 minutes. Chen Junji. Nice handles and footwork as well. It was a tough shot that he had to adjust because the shot blocker, 7-footer Moreno, came across and he almost got it to go. Brown Jr. And attacking from the far side is Ruths now. And he's shut down mid-air, but a whistle. It's Wong playing tough again on offense and defense, but that time penalized. He catches his opponent across the wrist. So Ruth's at the line for 2. You've really got to admire the performance of Wong Chi-Pong. It was Lin Wei who stepped up for Team Asia as their best performer yesterday. I think Wong Chi-Pong can take that accolade today. Rebound from Joe Chong. He's not played much. Only played 9.5 quiet minutes yesterday without taking a shot. I did wonder if he might be a key player on this Team Asia roster before the tournament. A young man who's just committed to William Jewell College in Missouri. Got a high school scholarship in the US through the foundation of Brooklyn Nets owner Joe Tsai. Final minute of the final group game for these two here at EuroCamp 2023 in Treviso. Three-point shot beats the shot clock buzzer with pinpoint precision, Trayvon Maddox. It's a huge margin now in 3 SSB's favour. Up by 17, having lost by 17 yesterday. And they look to stretch it here. Moreno finishing the strongest of all. And Team Asia, it seems, running on fumes now, out on their feet. They fought hard to keep close yesterday for the first quarter only. They fought hard today to keep close for the first 35 minutes. But then they've seen their opponents pull away and leave them eating their dust right towards the finish line. And it's a big win today for 3 SSB, led by coach Joe Wooten, as they down Team Asia 95-75, a 20-point margin in the end, but it was as close as single figures for the vast majority of the opening 35 minutes. And do stick around as we look to get some reaction from players and coaches and take a check on the stats and the highlights. And the win means 3 SSB take second place in the group. So we'll face the second place team from the other group tomorrow in the middle game for a chance to be third place overall at this 6-team tournament. Team Asia will take on the third place team from the other group and hope to avoid bottom spot.
Well, congratulations winning that game. At the halftime, I heard your coach yelling about the rebounds and all those stuff you should be getting. Did you change your mindset in that second half?
Yes, man, for sure. In that last segment of the first half, you know, we kind of got loose. They didn't get back in transition. They out-rebounded us by a ton. On my part, too, I had to box out, too. I missed a couple of assignments. So definitely that second half, we came out and played more aggressive.
What does it mean to you to be here?
It means everything. You know, it's truly a blessing, you know, getting invited to this camp, coming to Italy, coming to a foreign country, you know, get to see new things, get to, you know, enjoy a new environment. You know, you're out of your environment, so it's like, it's a little uncomfortable at the same time. You're enjoying it at the same time, so it's just a blessing.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Such a huge opportunity, but also such a great experience. That point highlighted by Christopher Brown Jr., the point guard for 3 SSB, born in 2006. Mum and dad both athletes. His mum a college volleyball player, his dad a college basketball player. 95-75, the win for his team today. Shooting the ball well inside and out, just not from the foul line. 53%, 39% from the field. Showing their strength in depth with 65 of the 95 points coming off the bench.
Coach, definitely an improvement since yesterday. What are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I think an environment like this and a camp like this, it is about improvement. And this is an opportunity for these guys to learn from some of the best coaches, best teachers in the world, and go against some of the best competition. And so, you know, very pleased with our effort and how able to bounce back from yesterday. We made so many improvements, so many things that we can take away from this game and move forward for our game tomorrow.
One thing I noticed, the difference between yesterday and today is like how focused they were, you know, to execute the movements that you had on offense.
Yeah, no doubt. I thought the guys did a much better job of playing through the other team's pressure and utilizing the pass more, getting to the right spot. It took us a while to get it, but then today, once it clicked in, it was much better in performance.
Thank you very much, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Jesse Merm is certainly one of those coaches that's a great basketball mind for these young players to learn from. The assistant for the Orlando Magic and former assistant for the Kings, Rockets and Raptors. Much improved performance for his Team Asia today. Only scored 49 points yesterday, 75 today. And rather than keeping it close for the first quarter only, they kept it close for the first 3.5 quarters of this one before 3 SSB pulled away. That completes the second game on this court today after we had a 1-point win for EuroCamp 1 against USA Select first.
Because we need his expertise, as always. I see him there reading the stats. Let's try to make our way there. Are you ready? Did you study?
Are you?
What did you see?
Well, I think the 3 SSB Select might not be as talented as the USA Select, but I gotta give credit to the discipline they put on the half court. It was a nice, a lot of sequences with the drive and kick, and because of the impact that Christopher Walker Jr. has on the court, driving and beating his opponent off the dribble and finding his teammate. 7 assists, 0 turnovers in 25 minutes. That was impressive, and he set the tone, for the team. On the other hand, the Chinese team game revolves on number 122, Wong, if I'm not mistaken. So it is a lot easier, to defend. But it was still an interesting game. The Chinese team took their chances, to run, to get some easy point off the fast break. But 3 SSB team was the better today.
Without a doubt, but I think both teams showed a lot of improvement since yesterday, and I will stress out the importance of improvement. And I'm not going to talk about the 3 SSB team because they obviously are a very talented team. But Team Asia, they struggled a lot yesterday. Today appeared more disciplined when it comes to offense. They were doing the right shot selection. They were playing through the pressure. And I think the most important thing for this camp is to improve every day because it's a short period of time that you have to improve.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, of course, the talent-wise, the Chinese team cannot compete, against 3 SSB. So if you cannot compete with the talent, you got to compete with the effort, and that's what they did. So discipline again, respecting the plays, but of course they tried to feed number 122 a lot, so defensively it was a lot easier for the American team. But I agree with you 100%. Both teams are showing tremendous progress, through the event, and it's good to see that the kids are enjoying, and most of all, they do what the coaches want them to do. So it's a good sign of improvement.
We have one more game to go, and we're gonna watch 2 more experienced teams. So what do you want to see on the floor?
Well, I want to see fast breaks. I want to see intensity. I want to see dunks. I want to see. I want those kids, to put on the show. But besides that, I want them kids, to enjoy the game, and to be able to show what they can do. Most of all.
Okay, so don't miss that last game of the day because we have one more day to go. But the excitement will be the same.
So let's take a look at some of the highlights from that second game today between 3 SSB Select and Team Asia. A really entertaining game for the vast majority. Single-digit margin for the vast majority, with Team Asia always seemingly playing catch-up, but tying the game from significant margins on a couple of occasions. Getting themselves ahead from 9 down, but then quickly falling behind again. And 3 SSB with a really strong finish, pulling away to win it by 20 in the end, 95-75. That means that Team Asia finished the group 0-2 3 SSB finish at 1-1 and take second place. You have to admire the performance today of Wong Chi Pong, as did Alan Digbu in that interview that we've just seen. Wong really stepped up today. The 3 SSB had so much strength in depth, lots of players contributing at different points through the course of the contest.
Coach, congratulations. And I have to say, you know, it's all about winning when we play a game, but it's also about improvement. And we saw a lot of improvement for your team.
Yeah, I thought we improved a lot today. And you know, obviously the European teams are older and more physical. And I thought the physicality bothered us yesterday, even though we played tough. And I thought we were a little tired today, but we were resilient and really had that great push in the fourth quarter. And I turned to the bench and said, we're going to ride this wave. I mean, obviously we had planned a sub, but did a really good job. And what I loved is they found each other for shots. They really got off the ball, so it was really good. Michael and Kanai hit. Michael was great on the ball screen, and Kanai hit some great tough threes.
And I have to add to that, Coach, that I also love, you know, how they listen to what you have to say. Because I heard you from the bench yelling, don't let them get those rebounds. They make it a 3-point possession. And they actually did. The last quarter was, I was amazed with, you know, their physicality when it comes to the boards, the steals and stuff like that. So they really pay attention to what you say. It's important.
That's good to know. And I wish my high school team would listen as well. But no, they're good kids. It's been a joy to coach them, and they all have a bright future.
Thank you very much, Coach. Congratulations again.
Take care.
The thoughts of the very experienced high school coach Joe Wooten, coaching the 3 SSB Select team here to a 20-point win after they lost by 17 yesterday to EuroCamp 2, a team several years older than this high school team, traveling here to Treviso for this pre-draft NBA camp. Kanai Ruth's impressive inside and out after a tough shooting performance yesterday. Just 2 of 6 from 2, 1 of 5 from 3. Much improved today. And the very youngest players showed their potential as well. Elijah Arenas knocked down a 3. Chidi Wigwe had a scoring spurt. 2 players born in 2007. Malachi Moreno was big down the stretch, 3 consecutive scores. We're seeing some baskets here from Team Asia, but 3 SSB with that huge fourth quarter pulled away. Trayvon Maddox from the outside as well. They shot the ball superbly inside and out. There's that 3 from Arenas, the son of Gilbert Arenas, a 3-time NBA All-Star. Guan had a good game for Team Asia, along with Wong. Guan hit a number of 3s, and Luca Taves was much improved today as well after a tough start to this tournament yesterday. Lots of the play running through Christopher Brown Jr., the point guard born in 2006. Lots of transition baskets. Paul McNeil Jr. going up to the top shelf to throw it down. Responding in similar fashion, Guan Ziyu. That was part of Team Asia's final burst to try and keep it close before the 3 SSB improvement in the final 5 minutes. That left Team Asia a long way off in the rearview mirror. Lin Wei was the star for Team Asia yesterday, not quite as impactful today. Instead it was Wong, the number 122, that took on the brunt of the offensive responsibility. Malachi Moreno down the stretch for 3 SSB was superb. Back-to-back dunks and then a floater as well. 3 straight baskets. And they moved the ball well for those 3-point shots. Lots of nice inside-outside passing. Shooting at over 40% from 3. Over over 50% on the interior as well. A real spread on the offensive end with all players contributing. So 95-75 the score in that middle game after a 1-point win for USA Select 73-72 over EuroCamp 1 earlier today, which sees USA Select into tomorrow's final. And that means that Next Gen against EuroCamp 1 in the final game today will be only to decide second place in that group after USA Select take top spot. We'll see you for that one shortly in just a few minutes' time. Tip-off scheduled to be in around 15 minutes.
I'm leaving very close to Texas. So everybody will be there to celebrate the win.
Now can you hear me? I can't hear anything. Oh, now I can't. Wait. No. No, I can't. And Adiotria, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I cannot hear you. Very low, very low. I hear you very low. Let me try the other one as well. Do you have other headphones? Like a headset? It's okay. Thank you.
Welcome back to the La Guirada Sports Complex here at EuroCamp 2023 in Treviso. We're now getting ready for the final group game of the weekend. Two European-based teams facing off as the next-gen team made up of the best under-18 players from across the continent take on the EuroCamp 1 team composed of players from 18 to 22 years of age. And this court so far today, we've already seen a tight, intense, athletic back-and-forth battle between the USA Select team and EuroCamp 1. Won by just 1 point by the USA Select, so EuroCamp 1 now in action for the second time today, having not played at all yesterday. We've also just seen the 3 SSB Select team beat Team Asia by 20 in a game that was fairly tight for the first 35 minutes. 2 groups of 3 teams at this event, the winners of each group matching up in the final tomorrow evening. The EuroCamp 2 team won the other group as early as yesterday after they played and won both of their games in one day. As for this group, the USA Select's win earlier sees them 2-0 and ties up top spot. So this is for second place now as we see the EuroCamp 1 roster. A collection of players born from 2001 to 2004, hailing from Great Britain, Brazil, France, Spain, Germany, Senegal, Czech Republic, Montenegro, Hungary, Lithuania and Turkey. 11 different nations on the roster. Whoever wins this game will take second place in the group. It will give them a chance to compete tomorrow in the tournament's third place playoff. See the roster for the next gen team as well. All of the players born in 2005 or 2006, coming from 9 different nations: Germany, Lithuania, Spain, Greece, Croatia, the Netherlands, France, Portugal, Senegal. They played the middle game yesterday, coached by Petri Koppinen, who's coached all of the next-gen teams on this season's ANGT circuit, the 4 qualifying tournaments and then the finals, which took place at last month's EuroLeague Final 4. He's taken the reins this season from EuroLeague legend Vasilis Spanoulis, who coached the next-gen teams last season before getting a head coach role in the Greek top tier with Peresteri. Lloyd Pierce leads the EuroCamp 1 coaching crew. Lloyd Pierce currently the lead assistant coach for the Pacers in the NBA, as we see the starting 5s for the 2 teams. Kasparas Yakuchonis, an aggressive guard, scoring on the interior. Tidjan Saloun was a key player yesterday for the next-gen team. And Onwenu earlier today for EuroCamp 1 was their best scorer. In fact, Daniel Ferreira Onwenu, the only scorer in double figures for EuroCamp 1 earlier today with his 17 points. Well, yesterday, Petri Koppinen's next-gen team shot a better percentage from the field than USA Select. They lost narrowly 90-86. They made more free throws as well, dominated the battle on the boards, 52-31 and 17-12 on the offensive glass, but they paid the price for a remarkable disparity in the turnover count. They committed 21 turnovers themselves and were only able to force 6 turnovers on their opponents. As for EuroCamp 1, playing their first game of the tournament just a couple of hours ago, they lost to the USA Select by a single point. Did well on the boards and on the interior, where they shot 55%. But they paid the price for poor 3-point shooting, just 22% on the outside. They also committed 18 turnovers, which was 3 more than their opponents, and lost the game by the finest of margins. I think EuroCamp 1 will be incredibly disappointed by that. They recovered from a slow start against USA Select to get up by a decent margin, and then let it slip down the end, missed the opportunity to win it with the final shot. Not a good shot at the end, a long way off the mark. They'll want to bounce back here and try and shake off that disappointment. And against a younger team, they should be favourites. Langarita, the Spanish shooting guard, moves it on to Jakučionis, the Lithuanian. Nice passing here from the next-gen team. Fluid offensive basketball from the teenagers. A really nice first score. Plenty of players on these two teams that will know each other well. Many as opponents rather than teammates. Different players coming from the same international programs, but at different points of their careers, a couple of years separation. Three-point shot, Grunlo. 2 meters 11, 6'9" center, knocking down the outside shot. He was on the team of the tournament at the ANGT Patras event this year. With Rasta Vector, the German side, he averaged 16.8 points, 13 rebounds. 4.8 offensive rebounds, and get this, a remarkable 6.2 blocks a game. And that broke a tournament record previously held by a certain Victor Wembanyama. A three-point shot for the tie for EuroCamp 1. Knocked down by Ousmane Ndiaye, Senegalese power forward. We've seen big men who can shoot it already here. Ndiaye 2 meters 10, 6'10". Rebound Grunlo. And these shooters have set their radars right. Kasparas Jakučionis with the triple. Only shot 1 of 6 from the field yesterday, but 11 of 12 from the line. He's really aggressive in trying to get to the basket, the Lithuanian point guard. Only turned 17 2 weeks ago. That one well telegraphed and grabbed by Matthews Krivas, the Lithuanian center. Krivas, who last month announced his commitment to the Arizona Wildcats. Played 13 league appearances for Žalgiris' first team this season in Lithuania. A couple of brief EuroLeague appearances as well. And also averaged a double-double with the Žalgiris second team. Led the Lithuanian second division in both rebounds and block shots. Won the Defensive Player of the Year award. Krivas, a 7-footer, knocks down the foul shots. Jakučionis plays his club basketball in Spain with Barcelona. A nice layup. And the nice scoring continues, 10-7 inside the first 2.5 minutes. Muller battling his way to the basket. Again, it's Krivas looking to clean up on the boards, but knocked away. The next-gen team down the floor, swiftly, athletically, but not efficiently. Tidjane Salahoun going in for the score, couldn't convert. He was their top scorer yesterday with 18 points. Also had 7 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds in 25 minutes. Ball recovered, far side by Ndiaye. And he gets it and one for a chance of the tie. Usman Ndiaye with the quick move to the basket. Known for his elite quick feet. For a man of his size, 2 meters 10. Impressive coordination, handles and shooting range. Can be a self-creator inside and out. A projected 2nd round pick this year. Langarita to the far side for the 3. It's good for the lead again for Next Gen. Three of 4 on the outside now, so 9 of their 13 points coming from 3. Back-to-back three-point attempts here for EuroCamp 1, but they can't convert either of them. Ruzic, the Croatian, hands it off. Saloon. Back it comes to Langarita. Langarita trying to drop it off in traffic, picked off by Krivas. Excellent defensive centre. 3 straight misses on the outside for EuroCamp 1. Tidjane Salahoun, French small forward, inbounds the ball. Plays with Cholet in France, a club that's helped develop the likes of Gobert, Killian Hayes, De Colo. Langarita. Yaku Jonas looking to get inside. All the passing lanes blocked off, and you have to admire the diligence from Quinn Ellis, who gets a big pat on the back for his efforts. Quinn Ellis, who had a breakout season in the Italian 2nd division with Casale Monferrato this season. The British guard who played for the Great Britain international team in World Cup qualifying, and in February put up 22 points against Serbia. Nice ball movement here from EuroCamp 1 around the perimeter, and almost good for the 4-point play. Instead, 3 free throws to come as they look to tie. Really nice passing around the exterior. And the foul on Yaku Jonas, trying to close out in the corner. Tom Digbu out the line. We've been hearing after each game from his father, Alain Digbo. And his dad played for the likes of Barcelona, Real Madrid, Juventud. His dad from France, although Tom was born and raised in Spain, with his father playing for those Spanish clubs. And he's chosen to represent Spain at international level. Midway point of the opening quarter, just a 2-point margin. Disruptive on the boards, Ege Demir, the Turkish centre. Nikos Rokavopoulos wears the number 26. He's going to take the shot here. He was originally penned to be on the EuroCamp 2 roster, but switched places with Leotaras Lelivicius. Three-point shot is good for Jack Kale, the German point guard. Plays for Alba Berlin, a club renowned for their scouting and development of young players, including having one of the youngest rosters in the EuroLeague. And that's the aim for many of these European-based players, if not the NBA, to carve out careers in the EuroLeague or the EuroCup. And one of the top 3 club leagues in the world. No doubt there'll be EuroLeague and EuroCup scouts and recruiters watching on, as well as NBA personnel at this pre-draft event. The spin move from Aristo, drawing the foul. A second chance scoring opportunity here for Next Gen to try and stretch their 5-point lead. It's a tough shot right at the end of the shot clock, nowhere near, and a violation. Andre Hanslik, the Czech, bringing the ball down the floor. Nice entry pass, right on point. The ball movement now as the defense collapsed onto the interior. Creates the open spots on the perimeter, but the shooters can't make the most of it. Dwayne Aristodes. That's a good pass onto the interior again, but still no score. And in transition, another 3 off the mark from Rod Kavopoulos. And we've got a reason to stop the game now for a bang to the head of Ege Damish. Turkish centre who last year committed to the UCLA Bruins but wasn't able to attend, so returned and gained valuable experience in the Turkish top tier with Tofaş Bursa. Got a whack on the way down, I think off the elbow of Mohamed Faye. So let's hope he's okay. And let's hope he's well enough to continue, because he's an excellent talent. Did superbly in the first game today. Nine points on 4 of 5 shooting, 11 rebounds, which was a game high. Kale. Catch up high. Penetration of the paint, back out as they move it wing to wing. How about the passing in transition down the floor, but the blown dunk from Tom Digbu. Well, they're just not going in for EuroCamp 1. 11 points in nearly 8 minutes. Tony Bilic off the mark from downtown. Another Croatian. Hanslik to the corner, open 3. He wasn't going to miss 2 in a row. Rod Kavopoulos, he's an excellent shooter. But they're not running back in transition on defense, EuroCamp 1, and paying the price for it. The conversion from Tony Bilic, who wanted it more than anybody else to get out down the length of the floor. We'll go to the benches for the coaching staff to have a word with their players.
Make sure we get back. We're going to be 14. Once it's 4, you guys switch, and you're ice with the big guy. Right? Make sure we get up in touch. Don't give anybody confidence on the dare shot. They jab, raise up and shoot. Don't let them do that. We're going to stand horns, twist the entire time. Rest of this quarter. Horns, twist. When you guys come off, we're trying to get in the paint. Trying to get downhill and get in the paint. All right, let's get some noise out here. Team on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Lloyd Pierce, the coach, an experienced coach now, but played professionally for 4 seasons. Those 4 seasons came in Mexico, Australia, Germany and Turkey. So a coaching career in the NBA, but also the experience of working with foreign players across the globe. Coaching the EuroCamp 1 team here. It's been a tough opening 8 minutes for them, but they only trail by 4. Justus Hollatz in the game for the first time. 3-point shot, back-to-back threes from Rod Kavopoulos. One of the oldest players at this tournament. He's well established as a professional in Europe. Ranked by Eurospecs as the #1 talent of the 2001 generation. And this season he had the 6th best rating of all draft prospects playing in any pro league, including the G League. EuroCamp 1 coming down the floor and very quickly getting themselves ahead after that 4-point deficit at the last time out. Jack Cale. One of the younger players on show, born in 2006. Grabs the ball again. Shot clock down to the final 4. And the 3 way off. Final 30 seconds of the first quarter. EuroCamp 1 getting stronger the longer this quarter's going on. We'll slow it down here with Hollatz, the German point guard. A top 10 prospect in Europe from the 2001 generation. He's got them up by 3 points. He was the German Bundesliga Young Player of the Year 2 seasons in a row before he moved to Spain this current season. It's the older European-based players who have the edge after the first quarter. After a promising, courageous start from the teenagers on the Next Gen team. At the end of 1, it's Next Gen 18, EuroCamp 1 21.
Guys, if they switch, and when we play defense, we need to communicate better. If we are blue or if we are white, before we are always white, we have to communicate, because then we don't know if we are switching. If we are not, they get deep. We have to help wide open shot. Communicate, and the blue stay level of the screen. Don't let him get to the paint. Otherwise, it's hard to rotate. We need to put the ball on the screen. The guard needs to wide open. You want one? The guard.
Petri Koponen, the lead coach for the Next Gen team. The legend of Finnish basketball. He was the 30th pick back in the 2007 NBA draft by the 76ers. Ended up playing 6 seasons in the EuroLeague, including a couple with Barcelona. One of the best pure shooters of the EuroLeague's modern era. He was a member of the 50-40-90 club in 2013. And across 155 career games in Europe's top league, he shot over 46% from downtown. The next-gen team have also been learning from Del Demps, a front office assistant for the Timberwolves, former assistant coach for the Jazz and GM of the Pelicans. Another player who played in the NBA but also played abroad. In his playing days in France, Greece, Croatia, Turkey and the Philippines. Nice inside-outside passing, ball movement around the perimeter. No score at the end of it, though, for EuroCamp 1. Jaku Chonis with the outlet pass. Will play in the half court. Jaku Chonis, one of Lithuania's star players as they won gold at last year's Under-16 Euros. I mentioned he only turned 17 2 weeks ago. Jovanovic, the Montenegrin, takes the 2. Feet on the line, a 2-pointer and a 6-point lead for EuroCamp 1. Jaku Chonis again. 13 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists yesterday. Knocks down the 3. Well, he struggled with his shot yesterday, but got to the line on a regular basis. He's firing well today. Actually spent his first season at Barcelona and then starred against Spain in that Under-16 Euros final last summer. Had 15 points, 11 rebounds, 5 steals and 5 assists in the final. Here he is again, Jaku Chonis. Langarita using his mobility well to get away from a bigger opponent, but missing the shot at the end of it. The transition 3 not banked in. Liton, the Frenchman, runs into a volleyball player. How about the denial from Sombor Maronka? And then on the offensive end, Xanander Fru. Off the back of that big defensive play. The EuroCamp 1 team showing their strength.
They're killing us with the boards. 3 points. Offensive rebound. Miss. Rebound. Pass. Every time. If you can let them shoot 5 times per offense, it's tough. It's tough. They can score eventually, you know. We need to get stopped, play tough, find body, put body on them, and rebound. And easy things in offense. Hey, if they switch here, a second, we play motion. 4 here, they switch now this. Patience. You pass the ball, play the screen. It's gonna be then mismatch here. The guard. Dribble here, 5. You are here. Hook. If you can give it to the low post, 5. You can flash, we can play high-low. If they front the post. But patience. We don't have to hurry. Start to play one-on-one. Try to get, you know, easy things. Let's go. Okay. Go good. Everybody has to rebound. Everybody, the guards, rebound. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, together. Everybody has to rebound.
The message to improve rebounding.
Hey. One time.
And Petri Koppinen's going to take every single second he's got to try and communicate his feedback to his young players. They made a really promising start, but they've started to slip. Some high pressure here from EuroCamp 1. Jaku Chonis very good with the ball in his hands, though. Jaku Chonis, nice step back, passes on, 3-point shot, too long. Jaku Chonis looking very assured, though, at his very young age in this tournament. He grabs the rebound here, Jaku Chonis. Quick pass down the floor as well. And then turned over by Lucas Langarita, trying to do too much. One of Spain's best players at last year's Under-17 World Cup, Langarita. Got 5 minutes a game. Over 6 appearances in the Spanish top flight with Zaragoza this season. He was in the team of the tournament at the ANGT Zadar event. If you're not familiar with the competition, the ANGT circuit, the top club competition in youth basketball in Europe. 4 qualifying events in the season, and then the finals event. Won this season by Real Madrid, as was the senior EuroLeague title for the 11th time. Real Madrid, the most successful team in the senior level and the youth level now after EuroLeague's competitions. Jonas on the other side of the El Clasico divide with Barcelona. He misses. Rebound and Jaye. Quinn Ellis, the Brit, comes from a famous British basketball family. A 3-pointer good for Njaye. 2 meters 10 power forward, showing his range. Jonas. So 10 the lead for EuroCamp 1 now, 4 minutes into the second quarter. Tough turnaround fade away off one leg from Grunlo. And the next gen team are fading fast here. Interior passing score for Njaye on the inside now after the 3. 5 quickfire points for him and a 12-point EuroCamp 1 lead. Grunlo shut down, but a foul. I mentioned Ousmane Njaye, projected as a second-round pick in the NBA draft later this month. One of Senegal's 2 standout stars at last year's Under-18 Eurobasket, alongside Mohamed Faye, who's on the next-gen team. Although we've not seen him on the floor, I don't think, so far. Certainly not in an impactful manner yet. That under-18 Afrobasket, and Njaye averaged 15.5 points, 10.7 rebounds, 1.7 steals. I talked about his ability to stretch the floor as a power forward. He took nearly 9 3-point attempts a game at that tournament and shot them at 32%. Samuel Moulard, the inbound. Quinn Ellis going to work again. They're passing the ball well, and they're getting perhaps a bit of luck that they deserve for that passing. The shooters bobble, bounce and roll for Ousmane Njaye, who can't do anything wrong right now. 13 the lead for EuroCamp 1 again, midway point of the second quarter. Njaye looking to steal the spotlight. Actually grew up in Germany, despite his Senegalese roots. He moved to Baskonia's second team this season in Spain. Played in the Spanish 3rd division. Here's Quinn Ellis. Long range 2 for Ellis, and he knocks it down. His grandma, Betty Cordona, has been called the Queen of Basketball in Britain, pioneered the sport in the UK, founded the Sheffield women's team, which is now coached by his mother and led in assists by his cousin. .15 the lead off that Quinn Ellis basket for EuroCamp 1. Second chance scoring opportunity for the next-gen team here. Tony Bilic trying to get it onto the interior. Still next-gen possession. Only 6 on the shot clock. He has declared for this month's NBA draft, Quinn Ellis, although he's not currently a projected pick, but that can of course, change with performances at events like this one. All of these young players here to catch the eye of those who really matter in their careers and can take them that next step. Smoothly knocked down the shot from Ruben Prey, Spanish-Portuguese power forward, who was the MVP of the ANGT Patras event this year with Juventud Badalona, Spanish club, and then impressed at the finals again last month. Trying to get first to the loose ball. Jack Cale can't quite keep it in play. Wenu to inbound. Got a free three-point shooter off the inbound pass. That's a backbreaker for Next Gen. A 16-point lead for EuroCamp 1. Aggressive offense, but plenty of hands flying in from both sides to force the turnover on Jack Cale. Moronka had just hit one, misses that next three, but an offensive rebound, second chance scoring opportunity. Absolutely dominant in this second quarter, EuroCamp 1. And the threes are dropping, especially for Ousmane Ndiaye. He has stolen the show here in this first half. 8 threes for the team. He's got at least 3 of them. And a turnover on Next Gen. Again, we don't have any live stats from this event. We have at times had half-time stats, but not so much today. So my apologies, I can't bring you any more specific numbers for the players. Matthews Krivas checks out for EuroCamp 1. Now up by 19 points and with the ball. 2.5 to play in the first half. Moulin, the French point guard, hangs it high, and Ege Demish takes out everything. The flying freight train, looking to pull down the rack and the arena. A swivel in the score in response from Dwayne Aristode. But what a finish from Demish, a fantastic pass from Moulin to find him too. The 11th assist for EuroCamp 1 was a spectacular one. Not again, surely. Ousmane Ndiaye. Dead-eye shooting from Ndiaye. So the lead 22 now. And Ndiaye simply can't miss. Oh, lovely passing. Finished by Mohamed Faye, the other Senegalese player I mentioned, who starred at that under-18 Euro Afro basket, I beg your pardon, alongside Ndiaye for Senegal. Demish showing his muscle on the window. Outside shot drops again. They are shooting the lights out, especially from long range. A couple of threes in this quarter now for Moronka, the Hungarian. Listed by some sources as tall as 6'10", I should say. And a real three-point threat. A succession of opportunities eventually capitalized on by Tony Bilic. Onwenu back out. Another one perhaps from Moronka, this time closed down. Demish. He then runs interference on the perimeter. Moulin looking to perhaps light the fuse for another dunk. Draws contact with 17.3 left on the clock in the second quarter. Semyon Moulin was born in the Ivory Coast. He's already played for their senior national team. Averaged 11.7 points in 19 minutes over 6 World Cup qualifiers. 56, 38, 78 shooting split as well. Had brief minutes in the Euro Cup and the French top tier with Metropolitan 92. And then last season dropped down to the 2nd division in France for more playing time. And there he shot 47% from the field and 42% from downtown. And he stretched this EuroCamp 1 lead right to the end of the first half. And will go to the benches with 17 seconds to play.
Pay attention. Let's get fucking out. Bro, they're killing us with the boards. Second chance. You can't chase them. Last one. Go get the handoff. Then strike. Clear for moving. Come all the way here. We got check.
Guys are switching everything, right? Make it. Finish on three. Finish on three. 1, 2, 3.
Understand? When you come off the screen, you play screen.
Patrick Koppanen's next-gen team a long way behind now in terms of the scoreline, but this is about each and every possession almost in isolation to try and display their talents and their mentality to those scouts and agents and coaches watching on. It will be well known and well catered to that they are by several years the younger team. Foul on Hollatz. There's Mohamed Faylet to get inside. .22 the deficit, 3.7 left to shoot. Still fouls to give if required for EuroCamp 1. Corner 3, they create a good look off the inbound. And can't make the most of it. It would have been somewhat of a psychological win to get the margin beneath 20 at the main interval, but it remains at 22 at half-time. Next Gen 31, EuroCamp 1 53. Let's get some reaction from the players at half-time.
You know, I know why you're tired. That second quarter was amazing. So what did you do differently?
Well, we shared the ball most and we had some easy shots. Play simple, play some great defense, and well, use our experience against the younger core.
Okay, go get your breath. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Sombor Moronka said it there, using their experience. They are the older team by up to 3 years.
Well, that second quarter was different from the first one. What do you have to improve in that second half now?
We need to be stronger because we are too soft and take the defensive rebound. That's the key.
Thank you very much.
And the two players in our interviews embellishing that point. Moronka born in 2002. Tidjane Selaoun there, born in 2005. His team trailed by 22, 31-53. Better shooting percentages from the field for EuroCamp 1. Impressively at 62.5%, 47% on the outside. Many more points coming from their bench, almost half of their offensive output, showing their strength in depth as well. A couple of extra offensive rebounds. They've moved the ball well for 11 assists so far. And that after Next Gen started strong and held their own for the vast majority of the opening quarter. EuroCamp 1 tuck it up a notch or two in the second. We've seen some excellent three-point shooting from EuroCamp 1, some big plays on the interior as well. A real spread in offensive responsibility. But no doubt the standout talent has been Ousmane Ndiaye, especially with the 2'10", 6'10" power forward's three-point shooting in that second quarter. Ndiaye hitting them from both sides, that one with a kind bounce. Again, I don't have the live stats, but I think he said at least 4 threes in the game so far. Moulin's been impressive in creating those opportunities. Especially this one. For the two-handed hammer to bring the house down from Ege Demir, the Turkish centre. Now the biggest dunk of the day in terms of full force. Nice interior passing for the Next Gen team. Mohamed Faye the score. But a three-point shooting show from EuroCamp 1 in that second quarter. A second quarter in which they absolutely blitzed the Next Gen team and opened up that 22-point margin. The socials at the bottom of your picture for Adidas Basketball and SKWEEK TV, French and English channels. It's been a pleasure to broadcast all of the games at this tournament to you, returning this tournament for the first time since 2017 for its 16th edition. The previous 15 editions producing over 150 current and former NBA and EuroLeague players. Many of those on display here should be added within the next few years to that list. Bill Baino, the coaching director here now, called it the opportunity of a lifetime for these players. And they'll be absolutely determined to make the most of it. Behind the standout performance of Ousmane Ndiaye, we've seen impressive cameos all round really for EuroCamp 1. Players not playing too many minutes because they have so much talent and strength in depth. Coach Lloyd Pearce spreading the minutes around. Next Gen start with the ball in the second half, but down by 22. Dwayne Aristote, the Dutchman, just 16 years of age. His 17th birthday not until mid-August. He's facing some competitors around 6 years older than him in this game. Mohamed Faye, his teammate, not too much older. A Senegalese centre born in 2005. Normally plays with Reggio Emilia here in northern Italy, but he dominated the ANGT finals last month, playing for the Next Gen Select team, coached by Petteri Koponen. It was a team of the best players from the ANGT teams across the qualifying events. Made it all the way to the championship game. A chance to take it beneath 20. And to do so in emphatic fashion, that man again, Mohamed Faye. Well, he averaged 19.8 points at those ANGT finals last month, shot 71% from 2. And that time getting his arms in the passing lane, then running the floor as well for back-to-back big-time dunks. But a travel call on the dunk from Mohamed Faye. All of that hard work for nothing in the end. His steal and his flying finish, but forgetting about his footwork. As well as the 19.8 points, he had 10.5 rebounds, 5 offensive rebounds, a steal and 1.2 blocks at the ANGT finals. At the highest level of club youth basketball in Europe. His numbers were similar at last year's under-18 Afro-Basket with Senegal as well. Could have reduced the arrears to 17 with that dunk. 19 it remains. Krivas got it right at the end of the shot clock. Matthews Krivas. A big disparity in the two-point shooting percentages. 61% now for EuroCamp 1. The next gen amps are back with one of their own through Tidjane Salaoun. He made the ANGT Patras All-Tournament team. Rog Kavopoulos. That's his third 3 of the game. He's a potential draft pick, although he's been reported to be signing a 2-year deal with Baskonia as Justus Hollands goes up to rock the rack. A man who already plays in Spain with Breogán in the top tier. Oh, nice dribble and drop off to Mohamed Faye, who throws it down again. Dwayne Aristode lit the fuse and Faye detonated the dunk. 3-point shot takes it back beneath 20 again. Next gen not backing down. Beg your pardon. EuroCamp 1 stretching it to 25. That's 11 threes at 52% accuracy now. The foul here is on Krivas. Mohamed Faye is really stepping up and showing what he's got now against older opponents. A standout player for the next gen team. That's the third foul of this third quarter on EuroCamp 1. Second in quick succession. Next gen yet to commit one. Open 3 from the inbound. Oh, what a recovery if it finds a teammate, and it did, to force the foul. Dwayne Aristode chasing it out of the gym. And that's what those recruiters like to see at these events. Players playing hard, looking to pounce on every loose ball and give up on nothing. Let's see this from Aristode. Two-handed overhead save as he Almost ran through the door of the arena. It earns a trip to the foul line for Mihail Ruzic, the Croatian power forward. Played at the under-16 Euros with Croatia last year. Had a really good performance yesterday, 13.7 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, shot 5 of 7 from the field. And that is one of the younger players on this very young next-gen team. Kavopoulos flips it on. And the composure in the paint from one of the most experienced players, Mateusz Krivas. Krivas dominated on the boards at last year's under-18 Euros, 13.4 rebounds, 5 offensive rebounds. Led the competition in both of those categories, also averaged 13.6 points, 1.7 blocks. He's a 7-footer in height, but has a 7'5" wingspan, Mateusz Krivas. This is Tidjane Salaoun at the line. Impressive for the Cholet under-21 team last season, the French under-21 league. .24 the margin. Rebound from Salaoun. Quick release down the floor, but getting back and intercepting. Impressive play from the big man Krivas. Digbu into Krivas on the offensive end, passes neatly out of the double team, and Rod Kavopoulos draws the foul. Krivas doing lots of good things in his time on the floor. I mentioned he was Defensive Player of the Year in the Lithuanian second division this season. Showing a real work rate and technical skill set as well. Kavopoulos at the line. Moved from his native Greece to the Turkish top tier this season. He averaged 15.7 points, 6.3 rebounds, 1.1 steals in the top professional league in Turkey. A 43, 36, 87 shooting split, taking plenty of threes. His career highs of 31 points and 14 rebounds, both coming in the last few months. Also had a 28-point game-winning performance for Greece in a big World Cup qualifier against Serbia, when he was 8 of 12 from the field and 5 of 7 from downtown. Here he is again, Rod Kavopoulos. Quick pass to the shooter, off the mark from Moronka. A 22-point lead for EuroCamp 1. Next Gen trying to just stay alive in this contest now with 15 minutes to go. Corner 3, off the top of the backboard from Aristo. Yakuchonis gets a try, he misses as well. And if at first you don't succeed, keep on trying, keep on getting shut down. The denial from Fru. Or Kavopoulos. Mula. We'll slow it down now. Still 10 on the shot clock. Mula taken away. Excellent defense from Salaoun. In between defenders in the paint. The miss though from Letton. Amal Letton, a French 4 or 5 who we haven't seen too much of today. He's a 7-footer who yesterday against the USA Select team was 3 of 3 from 3-point range. Also plays with Cholet in the French under-21 league. Bilic's pass disrupted by Hanslick. Oh, denials coming thick and fast now. The block again from Xanander Fru for the second time in quick succession. Xanander Fru, a German who played 32 games in the Bundesliga with Braunschweig this season. Renowned for being a really good defender, and he's showing it here. Fru on the offensive end, hands it off. Müller. 22 still the margin as they look to stretch it on the inside with Fru. He'll go to the line for two. A really good off-ball player on offense, as well as being that diligent, energetic, mobile defender. The winners of this game, looking likely to be Eurocamp 1, will face 3 SSB Select for third place overall at the tournament tomorrow. And the losers will face Team Asia to try and avoid last place. We already know that the championship game will pit the USA Select against Eurocamp 2. Fine margins in this fine tournament. Eurocamp 1 losing earlier today against USA Select by just 1 point. Had they won that game, this one here would have been a win to try and send them to the final. Müller at the stripe. Lead 23. A similar percentage for both teams, but Eurocamp 1 getting to the line more frequently. Next Gen turning it over in traffic, battling to recover the ball though. Static 3 at the end of the shot clock. And it's a violation. Langarita nowhere near. Onwenu lost it, running through the paint. Onwenu was the key player for Eurocamp 1 earlier today in that first game against USA Select, but he's not been involved too much in this game. It shows the strength in depth at the disposal of Coach Lloyd Pierce. Of course, it's a necessity to manage minutes and rotate with 2 games in the space of a few hours. Whoever's been given the chance has taken their chance for Eurocamp 1. Long pass down the floor, put on the floor by Fru. Not quite put in the basket though. Next Gen is still alive in this contest, but they need to get those shots to start dropping. Langarita. So he closes the gap to 19. And that will force a timeout for Lloyd Pierce to talk it through with his team.
let me tell you that. I'm just going to come over top here. All day is just on screen. You're going to come through an elevator. I'm here, shot here. You got it?
You like going that way or the other way out? The other way.
Other way. Here. Act like you're moving this way. Come on, top. You got to come through. You got to go an elevator.
Got it? All right, let's go. Let's go.
Finish on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Finish.
So this first win for EuroCamp 1, far from secure. The next-gen team still harbour ambitions of closing what has been, I think, as large as a 24-point gap. Currently at 19. .70 seconds or so remaining in the third quarter. Quick turnaround 3. Not sure there was a need to take such a quick shot from Hanslick. Müller lost it. Next Gen could look to continue their attempt at what would be a huge comeback. 3-point shot too long. Can they grab the offensive rebound? No. Müller going through the gears, looking to go coast to coast, draws the foul. That will send Next Gen to the limit for the quarter. So Semyon Müller to the foul line. Mentioned he started this season playing with Metropolitan 92. Alongside Victor Wembanyama in that team. They're into the French League finals, knocking out Asvel, the reigning champions in the semis. Müller has since departed, though, to play in the second tier. .9 remaining in the third, 20-point margin. A chance at the strike for Jack Cale to take 2 away from that advantage. He'll be encouraged by the fact that his club side Alba Berlin always give young players a chance. They have some of the best developmental coaches on the continent. Shot clock turned off, end of the third quarter, 18 the margin. As close as Next Gen have been for some time. After EuroCamp 1 blew things open in the second quarter. Nice baseline burst. Awkward finish on the reverse, though, from Onwenu. And it will be an 18-point margin at the end of 3. A positive third quarter in the end for Next Gen. At the end of 3, Next Gen 52, EuroCamp 1 70.
Just now, create easy things. You don't have to turn the ball over. Easy things, you know. First play, you're gonna go again. Lucas, you with the ball. You got that ball. Kaspas. Amen. Look. Takes me. Look if you have this trick. Nothing happens. Continue with the pick and roll. Look also, you might have the penetration. Let's go. It's about it's about defense. Rebound. Good job there. Now first defense against. Trap. Try to surprise. Try to trap and everybody jump. Look for steal. Look for steal. Let's get the steal. Look for steal. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Together. Let's go.
Look at the stats. With 1 quarter to play. 3-point shooting letting the next gen team down. 50% on the inside, not too bad. You could do with summoning some of Petri Koppanen's powers on the perimeter, though. Bench scoring shows the strength and depth still of EuroCamp 1. You've got an edge on the boards as well. Worth noting that the next-gen team are somewhat short-handed. Neoklis Avdalas, one of the brightest stars for his age in the shooting guard position. Plays with Panathinaikos in club competition, has not played this weekend. He didn't play yesterday, he's not played today. He's actually the youngest ever scorer in the EuroLeague. Avdalas scored as a 15 years, 10 months, 6 days old player. Back in December 2021, that broke a Markoishvili record that had stood for nearly 2 decades. He's the 6th youngest player in EuroLeague history. Not available at this competition so far for Petri Koppanen's team. Well, the points are drying up to a certain extent for EuroCamp 1. That's where the next gen can take advantage of that. They weren't able to do so on that first possession of the 4th quarter. Jaye, who exploded in the 2nd quarter, and a 3-point shot for the number 4 on Wenu. And that gets the scoreboard moving again for EuroCamp 1. Yakuchonis. The Lithuanian gets it back. Lobs it into traffic, and Letton loses it. And Wenu again, Brazilian shooting guard. Moronka tries the subtle pass, but gets it all wrong, trying to find Demish. And the spin and the score for Ruben Prey, who perhaps hasn't played as long as he'd want to today, after 19 minutes yesterday. He's ranked 5th by Eurospecs for the 2005 generation. Noted as a potential 1st-round pick next year or in 2025. Three-pointer knocked down by Moronka, who shot it well today on the outside. Margarita to Yakuchonis, the 2 playmakers combining. That's what he loves to do, drive onto the interior and finish in traffic. Yakuchonis, his biggest talent. And that's why he struggled yesterday with his field goal percentage, but got to the line to shoot 11 of 12 free throws. He plays aggressively on the offensive end. His coach at the ANGT event said he was one of the most professional players he'd ever seen. So mature for 16 years of age. Demish gets to the tip. Gets EuroCamp won the possession, up by 20, 7 minutes to play. Moronka made one appearance for Hungary at the World Cup qualifying stage. For his length, he's a really good ball handler, passer, and as we've seen today, three-point threat. Turned over in transition by the frustrated Salaun. Starting to appear inevitable that the next-gen team will be in that battle to avoid bottom spot against Team Asia tomorrow. That would be the first of the 3 games tomorrow. 2:30 p.m. local time. And then at 4:30 local time, we would see this EuroCamp 1 team taking on the 3 SSB Select team for 3rd place of the tournament, before the final takes place at 6:30 p.m. local time. A big rise and finish from the big man Krivas. Again, whenever he's been on the floor, it feels like he's done something positive, whether on the offensive or defensive ends. Matthias Krivas. Play with the Arizona Wildcats. Blown dunk from Njaye. Salaun. Langarita. Left unguarded for the 3, and he makes it count. Step away from me on the perimeter at your peril, says Lucas Langarita. Krivas again, up against 2 defenders. Pass intercepted. And the next-gen team not done yet. How about that left-handed hammer of a finish from Ruben Prey? On the fast break, off the steal in transition. And the next-gen team refused to wave the white flag.
Only way they can get back in the game is if they offensive rebound, eventually get to the free throw line, and obviously 3. All right, so when we switch, we're aggressive. You guys are showing crowd. We want them to drive, but we want them to drive into a crowd. You guys are going ball, here comes the big. We switch, let's switch, but then let's get in the crowd. Let's get in the crowd. We want to be all the way up so they can't shoot any 3s. Don't give them any confidence. And now when they start driving, they got to make extra passes. We just fly around. All right. Same deal. We're going to go down, pick him up. He's got the ball. We're going to hit. As soon as that happens, we're going here and slip. We're looking for that right there.
Lloyd Pierce saying don't give up shots on the perimeter, knowing that the 3 is integral for next gen to try and launch this unlikely and what would be spectacular comeback, trailing by such a large deficit even at the midway point of the final quarter. Petri Koppinen knows a thing or two about closing gaps from downtown. So far closed this gap to 17. 5 minutes still to play. Krivas. Spinning one way, then the other. And getting nothing. Jaku Jonas. Next-gen team looking to continue to build momentum. And to plant that seed of doubt in the minds of those wearing EuroCamp 1 white. Here this evening, nice pass and the denial from Moronka. But the offense keeps on biting back. And it's put in by Johan Grunlo. So just a 15-point margin now. Got to credit these young next-gen players for fighting to the finish. They leave Moronka unguarded off the inbound pass. And you cannot afford to do that. Sombor Moronka, an absolute sniper here today. Again, they go onto the crowded interior, looking to kick it back out for a better look from three, and they succeed in doing so. Can't make the most of it, but backing up on the boards. Nice play from Dwayne Aristode. Ranked 6th of players in the 2006 generation by Eurospecs. One to watch perhaps for the 2025 draft. Dancing with the defense. And then on the dazzling dribble all the way through for the simple layup, Justus Hollatz. Played in the Euro Cup with Hamburg Towers 2 seasons ago at the age of just 20. He averaged 8.2 points, 4.2 assists, 1.3 steals in 20 minutes. Shot 48% from 3. Showed his potential in one of Europe's top club competitions at a very early age. The margin of his last basket, and he's handling the ball down the floor again. Hollatz working with Krivas, who sets the pick, rolls inside, goes to the corner instead for the 3, pops out into the hands of Ruzic. Down the floor, it opens up, but the dunk missed again. Mohamed Faye, we've seen 3 blown dunks in this game, and that was one you feel Next Gen had to convert, and Krivas shows them how it's done. The cracker from Krivas. And it takes the advantage back to 20. With just 2.5 to play, the comeback extinguished in emphatic fashion. Turnover Langarita. And the Next Gen team know their race is run. 3-point shot falls short for Tom Digboot. Back in the hands of the German point guard Hollatz, who then tries to engineer a game for Krivas on the interior. So it's going to be 0-2. And last place in the group for the Next Gen Select team, but they will take positives from this tournament, no doubt. They'll look to end it with a win against Team Asia in the first game tomorrow. You have to remember, the Next Gen team are players born in 2005 or 2006. Some of the players at this tournament born as early as 2001, including Justus Hollatz. Final 2 minutes of the group stage here at the 2023 EuroCamp in Treviso. Quick passing down the floor. EuroCamp 1 looking to make this a commanding margin by the finish, not taking their foot off the gas at all. .24 the lead now. For them, what a great tutor to have in this tournament in Lloyd Pierce. Really helping them develop as young players. I mentioned Lloyd Pierce, the lead assistant coach for the Pacers. Before that, spent 3 years as head coach of the Hawks. Before that, assistant roles with the 76ers, Grizzlies, Warriors and Cavs. Nice pass in traffic from Muller. Good defense from Fay, though. Not giving up the easy shot on the interior. Final minute, 24 the margin. Bilic back out. Only 2 on the shot clock here. Static 3 with a hand in his face. Off the mark, offensive rebound. If he can reel it in, he can, Ruzic. Gets it back from Bilic and floats it in for the score. Getting the reward, Ruzic, for his hard work on the window. Muller on Wenu. Penetrates the paint, looking back out, far side. 10-second differential between shot and game clock at the end of the game, and he lost it on his way through, so shot clock turned off. 14 seconds for the next gen team to try and generate one final score. They want to forget about the score and think about the situation and execute in these dying embers. Nice footwork to create some breathing room. The shot just off the mark, though. And that will do it for the final group game here at the return of the Adidas EuroCamp in northern Italy. The final score, Next Gen 67, EuroCamp 1 89, a 22-point win for Lloyd Pearce's team over the younger generation coached by Petteri Koponen. A really well contested game, despite the disparity in ages between the two teams. Next Gen, for large parts of the game, held their own. Really made it a contest. What a close contest it was earlier on, when the EuroCamp 1 were in action against the USA Select, lost by a single point, missed the chance to win it at the buzzer. And that damaging 1-point defeat means they finish 1-1, and rather than play in tomorrow's final, will instead contest the third place game against 3 SSB. And the EuroCamp 2 team will face the USA Select in the final.
Congratulations for winning another game. It was a really physical game. I say you know, you're in pain still.
Yeah. I try to be aggressive. The teammate makes shot, and we play good defense, and we win the game. And,
and you're happy.
Yeah, I'm happy because the first game we lost, and we want to have a revenge. So the game this afternoon was the best solution to have a revenge.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Bye.
The thoughts of Semyon Muller, the French point guard, only played 9 minutes in that first game today, and had more of an opportunity to make an impact and made it count here today. Overall, the team shot really well, 53% inside, 47% nearly on the perimeter. And Next Gen paid the price for their 21% three-point shooting, had the better percentages on the interior and from the free throw line. Also committed 3 extra turnovers, but grabbed 4 extra offensive rebounds. So really the difference, that three-point shooting. 7 extra threes for EuroCamp 1, tallying to 21 extra points as they win it by 22. They'll be relatively happy with their ball movement, though. 18 assists, just the 9 turnovers for EuroCamp 1, as they move towards that third place matchup tomorrow against 3 SSB, another young team made up of high school players. Given their age advantage, they should be regarded perhaps as favourites to finish third place in the tournament overall. was a big disappointment for them to lose by just a single point after they gave up a lead against USA Select earlier on today. Missed the opportunity to contest the final tomorrow. USA Select team, a young team as well. EuroCamp 1 were hoping their extra years would lead them to victory, but they failed down the final stretch. They bounced back here against the young Next Gen team. They won it comfortably by 22 in the end. But for large parts of the game, the Next Gen team made it uncomfortable for EuroCamp 1. And kept on believing until the final few minutes that a comeback was possible. They closed the gap to as few as 15 points. After EuroCamp 1 had blown it wide open with a huge second quarter. The star of that second quarter was Usman Ndiaye, knocking down a series of threes. They had so many players step up at different moments of the game. Yaku Chonis, one who stood out for the Next Gen team, as one of their younger players as well. Ruben Prey made the most of his limited time. Maronka shot superbly on the outside, as did Ndiaye. Krivas impressed on the interior, as well as on the defensive end. That was the big dunk from Ruben Prey that looked like it might spark a comeback. But Krivas and EuroCamp 1
another long day.
remained strong to the finish.
Let's not forget they traveled to be here. They practiced yesterday, they played. They practiced today, they played again. So we could see a little bit of the pressure and, you know, how tired the heavy legs, let me say. But your team did great for one half. I think the second half needed a little bit more effort. I don't know. What's your take?
Well, yeah, like I think you sum it up pretty well. You know, they also this morning we went five against five. You know, it's not only about winning, but they are here to try to show what they can do and keep impressions who are they as a player and as a young top prospects. But you know, this game we couldn't find the basket. We didn't shoot well, but you know, tomorrow another game. Let's try to get the win tomorrow.
If you can do a small flashback when you were their age and you were trying, you know, to make a career and stuff like that, when you were like 16, 17, what would be the advice you would give them now?
No, nothing. Just enjoy the moment, dream big. You know, it's every day. You know, keep working every day, and I believe if you keep working, the dreams come true.
Thank you very much, Coach.
All right, thank you.
The thoughts of Petteri Koponen, the head coach of the Next Gen team. As he says, it's all about learning from each and every experience. And for these players, very young players between the ages of 16 and 18 on his team, a steep part of the learning curve against their European-based seniors, losing to EuroCamp 1.
Let's go find Alain. He's waiting there with the stats. As always. Okay, I don't know what the stats will tell you about this game. I'm going to tell you that I love the intensity. And I think, you know, we saw what teamwork can do and, of course, the one-on-one talent.
Yes, but I would like to mention the perimeter efficiency from EuroCamp 1 team. I mean, today they were on fire. You know, they set the tone pretty early in the game. And Ndiaye from Baskonia, Zombor Maronka, I mean, they have the size and they have the floor stretching, so it was a huge advantage. Not only that, they have the anchor point as Krivas, so, you know, they had a lot of options, you know, to create opportunities. But yeah, talent and one-on-one. I think the EuroCamp team too was kind of tired, you know. You could feel the soreness, the stiffness in the legs, you know, but it was an interesting game, I guess, you know, for both teams.
It's exactly how their coach summed it up. It said, you can see that these guys are tired. We also went 5-on-5 on practice this morning. But if we can have a general comment about today, I'll say that, and I made that comment to some of the coaches before, we see improvement. And it's really weird to see improvement within a day, but we see improvement in the way these guys playing on the court, you know, with their teammates, following the plays, or even running in fast break, we see improvement.
Yes, this is so true, Dora, because we all know they come here, you know, to show themselves, and how hard it is, you know, to play at some point organized basketball. You know, they have a couple of sets, you know, that the coaches want them to go through, and I think they were disciplined, and the progress they showed, you know, in such a short period of time, it's a great sign of commitment, you know, and it's a success, you know, for themselves and for the coaches.
And I think tomorrow is going to be even better. So let's not miss any other time and see what's tomorrow's schedule. 2:30 to 4:30, we have Team Asia versus Next Gen. 4:30 to 6:30, 3 SSB Select versus EuroCamp 1. And 6:30 to 8:30, US Select versus EuroCamp Team 2. And I think we're going to have an exciting day tomorrow to wrap it up. And I think it's really important to stress out that will be your last comment, because I know your experience. You love working with these young kids, but we're going to have a complete picture of what these guys not can do, because nobody can judge with 3 days. But you know, what's the benefit of participating in a camp like this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, today is the last day of the camp, so obviously, you know, guys will try, you know, to come out and play as hard as they can, and obviously, you know, it's about a teamwork. You know, from day one, you know, coaches wanted them, you know, to emphasize on the teamwork, and I think all teams, you know, even Asian team who is struggling, you know, without a win so far, tomorrow they have another chance, you know, to do something, but the general aspect, you know, is to keep working on the skill sets, on the collective side of the team, and it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow.
Can I add something else so we can say to everyone good night? It's important also to dream, because no matter how much you work, how much you hustle on the court, if you don't dream big, you don't go big.
No, you're right. I mean, this is the essence of life and sport.
Okay. Are you ready for tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Okay, are you ready for tomorrow? See you tomorrow. I want to see his stats before I go in. Oh, you can take it back. Wait.
It's all right.
No, take it. Yeah. Oh, you want to do this? Okay. Yeah, don't worry, thank you. Ελληνικά θα κάνουμε. Λοιπόν, βρισκόμαστε στο Treviso, στην Ιταλία, στο EuroCamp. Πολλοί κόσμος μπορεί να μην γνωρίζει τι είναι αυτό. Ο Νίκος Ρογκαβόπουλος φυσικά είναι εδώ, εκπροσωπεί την Ελλάδα και νομίζω ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό, γιατί είναι